Good morning. It is Wednesday, February 23rd, a little after 9 o'clock. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. We will recognize our existence with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Hackett, Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Nanjapa,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Thank you. Good morning, folks. Good to see everybody. Welcome to day 2 of deliberations on the financial assurances rulemaking, docket number 2106-00097. I didn't even need to look at the paper to remember the docket number. Just saying. All right, we are fully wedded to moving forward with our deliberations. We spent a good deal of time yesterday. We appreciate all of our attendees listening in to us. We will continue in the same format with taking up topics. We will have Director Murphy join us shortly with a screen share of topics as well as having the rules up, and then we would move forward with that. We will start, however, with a consent agenda that is comprised of 4 items. 2 spacing items, 1 for PDC and 1 for Kier McGee, 1 pooling item for Verdad, and 1 exception location for Nickel Road. Do any commissioners have questions with regard to consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. All right. Good morning, Director Murphy. Nice to see you again. Thank you for the start screen share. And we are on to 2/22/22/23 discussions.
Should have updated that, huh? There we go.
It's such a unique number.
It's kind of unique.
And it was a Tuesday, right?
Yeah. Okay. If I can just jump in, Chair. So what I've done with the slides overnight is try to put into blue and italics things that I think are large, we've made a semi-preliminary decision on. I can't remember what words I used for it yesterday. To keep all of the direction out of these 2 days in a single set of slides and keep me a little bit more organized. So I think what we have left on the table, there were 3 outstanding issues I flagged yesterday under topic 2. I was able to recall what my notes were on the Mesner language. And I think Commissioner Mesner, you had some SBP type language that you wanted to think about including around the different options, or no, I'm sorry, around the director review, commission review, and kind of plan information maybe. I think Commissioner Nanjapa had added something for discussion on option 3, and then we never really made a decision about or reached a consensus about how staff would report out about it 707A1 review. So I think that those are the 3 topics under 2. Other than that, we have 3, 4, 5, and 6. And with that, Chair, I can take us back into 2, or we could start at the bottom and work up. What's your pleasure?
I don't have a pleasure.
Getting to a vote, did you mean?
Why don't we just start at the top with the 3 outstanding issues and then work our way downwards?
And I did want to add one clarification on insurance, but I'll get to that later. So the note that I had in my notes to address from Commissioner Nanjapa was a minimum amount funded before an operator can access credit for plugging wells under options 3 and 4, actually. And I can pull up that rule language. I have the site elsewhere in my notes, but maybe I can find it real quick. I think it's 702 D3C little I or little 2 and 702 D4C little 2. Would it be helpful to show the rule language?
Yes.
Okay. I think I've had more coffee than anyone else so far.
You're winning.
So the language that I think we're talking about exists for both option 3 and option 4 plans. And it relates to credit for completion of plugging and abandonment and reclamation. And right now, in year 1, if an operator could seek credit instead of contribution to their financial assurance plan, and I think Commissioner Najapa, you were articulating, should they need to reach some threshold of funding before they would be able to achieve that credit?
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Murphy. Yeah, this had come up from a couple of different stakeholders, and I think there's some merit in having a minimum amount put into the single well financial assurance, assuming that in the cases when a surety is not used for the full amount, if we have a cash fund or a trust fund that is being paid into, then that's the scenario that I'm thinking of is should there be a minimum before they can start withdrawing for the plug and play considerations. And so I was thinking that perhaps if we're talking about across the entire portfolio of wells, perhaps 20% of that total needs to be in the account before you can start withdrawing, or perhaps maintaining 20% as a minimum. So just wanted to throw those both out for consideration. Another thing, and I just want to maybe pin this, but I want to say it before I forget it. And I think Commissioner McGowan, you brought this up yesterday, and I don't remember where we landed, but it was sort of a, I'm sorry, I think we decided to wait until we were talking more about the Orphan Well Fund fee, but this was the amounts for the fee depending on what's happening when you're funding. So am I correct? We haven't gotten to that yet, and we can on that, the latter. Okay, so yeah, so this, what I'm proposing is 20% either in the fund when a trust is being used, or a minimum balance of 20% before you can start, that you have to maintain, and then anything above that you can be drawing from for plugging.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I have some clarification around the way that the rules are currently drafted, which I thought was once the trust is full, then you could start drawing from it for P and A purposes. But the idea of earning credit is kind of left open. There's no minimum that is required in the trust in order just to take credit for how much you have to put into the trust for the following year. At least that's the way I was reading it, but maybe I'm not reading it the right way.
Chair.
Go ahead.
I think I've interpreted it that it can be a year-to-year difference. So plugging in year 1 could reduce what you need to pay in year 2 or contribute.
I agree with that,
Okay.
to what you have to contribute to your trust. But there's also in there, I think what Commissioner Najapa is saying is that her understanding is that you can start pulling from the trust before it's full to P&A some of your wells. Is that what I hear you saying, Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Yeah, I think, yeah, and maybe I misinterpreted, but I didn't think we had minimum that needed to be required. So in other words, if you started putting into your trust a sufficient amount to plug one well, you could pull that whole amount out. But maybe I missed if there is, if it does have to be the full amount of the full single well financial assurance across the portfolio. I didn't think it was.
Well, now I'm
Because
trying to find
that,
the
especially
language.
since we're giving such a long runway, in certain cases, that would seem, I don't think we want to wait 20 years, in option 3 to start plugging. So
Director Murphy, can you go back to that section that you were just showing us? Because so for release of financial assurance, once the operator's contributed financial assurance meets or exceeds the financial assurance amount, the operator, what does that mean exactly then?
I think that the two of you are talking about slightly different provisions. And to me,
I'm talking about both, but I feel like so is Commissioner Najapa.
so let me try to step back. So year 1, somebody contributes $32. Year 2, they plug a well for $16. Year 3, their contribution would again be $32, but they could take a $16 credit for what they did in year 2. But that's not coming out of the trust fund. It's just a reduction in the amount they're upping. It's a reduction in their 5% contribution, if you will. Alternatively, under C3, once you get to a fully funded status, if you plug a well, then you would have an overall reduction in the amount. You could actually take that out of the fund itself.
Okay, thank you. That's how I was reading it. But I think what I hear Commissioner Najapa saying is she potentially is open to folks pulling from the fund before it's out, before it's full and everything is singly financially assured, I think.
yes, thank you. And I think, right. And that was my understanding with C3 here, that the release is related to, if our assumption is that, it's the full portfolio and then that's totally funded, then you're reducing the total amount that's required because you are then using that for plugging. But what I'm thinking is that while I think, and I can't remember now how exactly we were discussing this previously, but it was the issue of getting credit for the wells on out of service list, which I think is a separate issue. And what I'm talking about is, could we start allowing, could we allow operators in option 3 or 4 to get to a minimum balance and be able to pull from that same trust fund to plug their wells and also continue paying into it? This is the part I think, though, that we were, well, yeah, I guess I'm not entirely sure then how that would work for the credit for payments in. But I think, I guess what I'm saying is, rather than waiting for it to be fully funded before operators can pull from it to plug wells, I'm thinking that if there was a minimum balance in there and they are either spending some of their own, some additional cash that they may have on hand, plus, some out of this fund, I'm okay with that as long as there's a minimum that has to be in there at all times.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is some confusion here. I think I'm hearing some confusion between Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Najapa as far as how this applies. I'm going to try to say it in my words and see if it helps at all. But I mean, the goal here is to have operators plug and abandon their own wells. I mean, that's a good thing in my mind. Right now, with the plug and play concept, the operators get credit retroactively for, or I'm not sure the right term, but if they plug a well, they can reduce the amount that it costs to plug that well from the following year's contribution to the sinking fund. They can do that according to the rules right now, starting in year one, so that they're encouraged to plug and abandon those wells. And it's kind of a rolling thing. So if they choose not to plug any wells, then it's unless there's a difference financial assurance plan, it's the presumed amount. So it's either the 10% or the 5% that goes into the sinking fund, the third party trust account. If they are plugging, then there's the ability to reduce the amount that would go in the following year to encourage that plugging to happen. And so that's the program. Now, the next piece, which is the release of financial assurance, is that once they hit 100% of their single well financial assurance and they plug and they still have wells. So if they have 10 wells and they reach 100% single well financial assurance, they no longer need to contribute to the sinking fund. But if they plug and abandon one of those wells, they can ask for a release of that single well financial assurance for that one well that they plugged, and they can put that money in their pocket. And so that's the way that I understand it. I think what Commissioner Nanjapa is asking for is a minimum balance to be carried in that sinking fund. And I think I understand the concept of why you may ask that. I think which essentially though we would be incentivizing at that point is that no wells get plugged for at least 2 years for option 3 or 4 years for option 4, because it would be, the argument would be that an operator can't put money into the sinking fund and plug and abandon wells. So we're basically delaying the implementation of the plugging and abandonment program. And so I'm not really, I don't love that. I think that we need to, the whole concept is we're encouraging the natural retirement of assets on an appropriate timeline. And if that operator in year 2 determines that that is an uneconomic well and they want to plug and abandon it, I think it's fine for them to access and utilize. Well, they're not accessing and utilizing the fund. They're actually paying for that plugging and abandonment. They're just getting a credit on the next year's contribution into the sinking fund. And I think that's a good thing. That's that incentive. That's an encouragement to plug and abandon those assets that are no longer economic. Now, if that asset is economic, then that operator more than likely is going to continue operating that well and just contribute the 5 or the 10% into the sinking fund until at some point there is a well in their portfolio that is uneconomic, and then they would apply that credit again. So, I think the program works pretty well as contemplated here. And so, I would suggest us maintaining kind of the concept that we have here so that we are incentivizing and encouraging the ultimate plugging and abandonment of uneconomic assets.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your explanation and your thoughts on this, Commissioner Messner. I think what I've heard from some stakeholders is that if the sinking fund isn't accessible until it's fully funded, and part of our intent is to essentially force a savings account, for some of these operators that maybe aren't otherwise doing this or able to do this and to plug more quickly. What I've heard is the notion that if you're paying into this trust fund, that's the same cash that you would be using for plugging and abandonment. So I guess I would argue that potentially there will be operators that won't be plugging in the interim, even for the credit, until, you know, they've got all the money or whatever is required to be put in there before they can start pulling it out. And so I think that's another potential scenario. And I have heard from stakeholders that if you can't pull from that fund that you're building for yourself, what is the additional purpose of it? Because then you're still spending other money, you know, for plugging. And I get that in general, that should be the way that things go. But I think we do have operators that are going to feel like that's double dipping, I guess. And so I'm just thinking about, you know, does it have to be 100% funded, or does it make some sense to have a minimum where they can start pulling from it? And they wouldn't get credit for that if they're pulling for it, you know, for their payments in. They have to keep making the payments in. But they can use that. If they use that fund, then they don't get credit for that plugging, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I have a dog that's all excited. Commissioner Nanjapa, were you thinking of a number of what the minimum might have to be in the trust before you could start pulling from it? I mean,
So
early.
I threw out 20% of the total across the portfolio.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think there's a misconception here, right? So, I mean, I think and maybe a misunderstanding of the application of this, because while they're not directly pulling from the account, like the day that they're plugging, that credit is, is cash, right? So, I mean, it's just delayed a few months before they're actually getting credit so that they don't have to pay in that. So it's the same thing. If you're asking them to pull and then have to also contribute the full amount the following year, this is the same thing. And so I don't understand, I guess, how that would work, because one of the pieces is that you're understanding what the demonstrated cost is for plugging and abandonment. They're able to deduct that from their next annual payment. And really that's cash in hand. You're utilizing that fund because you're not having to contribute to that fund, and it works. I think that works better than this idea that you're going to say, okay, it's going to cost me this much to plug and abandon. I'm going to take that money out, but then I'm just going to have to put that money back in the next year. So that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think that's as protective to the state as, having it this other way that's being contemplated here. So, the 100% piece, that's a different conversation, because this is a rolling concept. And so that 100% piece is only if you've contributed 100% to your account, and then, so you don't have to put any more money in that account. You need to start getting cash back because you're plugging and abandoning those wells, because you're minimizing your overall portfolio. And so, again, I just think that this works. I don't think that they're unable to access this cash. They're utilizing that cash through a credit. It's just delaying it a couple of months.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate this discussion. I think that Commissioners McGowan and Commissioner Nanjapa, you may be a little bit off in terms of the way you're looking at this. And so I'm going to walk through at least how I'm looking at it, which is very similar to the way Commissioner Messner is. Director Murphy, would you put that back up on the screen, please? I need a cheat sheet. So if we look at this and we walk through kind of the three different components, right? First component is you've got the contribution. So every year, 5%. Second component is the offset of plugging credit, meaning that first year you put in 5%. So basically that's your minimum already. Is you're going to have 1 year contributed before you even have to contribute any further. The second year, you can either put in that 5% or you can plug 5% of your wells or have plugging costs that equal 5% of your wells. And essentially that credit gets applied to whatever that second year contribution is. And that rolls on in perpetuity. And there's no maximum amount on the contribution so long as you're either plugging or you're contributing. And I had some concerns with that. I'll come back to that. And then the third component is once you're fully funded, that's when you can start pulling out. So you can't pull out at all until you're fully funded. That's the only way you can get a release of that financial assurance is once you're fully funded. But you can still get credit and essentially offset dollar for dollar, maybe depending on demonstrated costs, what you would otherwise be contributing. And so that's why I think it's not necessary to have a mechanism to pull something out of the fund essentially midstream when you already have a mechanism to essentially not contribute the following year and take that amount as a credit towards demonstrated actual plugging costs. And so that's where I think I understand it a little bit differently. I'll let you interrupt me there because I see your hand up and I want to make sure that we're aligned.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
And I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt if you wanted to say more. I just wanted to respond. That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'll add one more thing then. So on the credit part, I had this concern because I think Earth Justice brought this up, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Delahanty, and they talked about, well, if an operator contributes 5% and they plug 5% of their wells every year, well, 10 years down the road, if they're doing that, they're with $0 of financial assurance to their name. And is that what we want? And I thought, man, that what a great argument. I appreciate that. And I don't want to see an operator without any financial assurance. And at the same time, I went and I ran that by a couple stakeholders and I had another convincing argument presented to me. And that's if an operator did zero plugging over 10 years and they just contributed that 5% and they walked away, well, then they essentially have half of their financial assurance available to take care of those orphan wells. Now, let's say an operator plugs 5% of their wells every year for 10 years and they never pay financial assurance, excluding this first year. Well, then essentially the same amount. So then they're walking away with half the wells left orphaned, but no money for financial assurance. And to me, that seems a 6 of one, half dozen of another in terms of that outcome, in which case I would encourage plugging and the operator taking responsibility and taking care of those wells along the way, encouraging near-term plugging as Commissioner Messner had kind of made the case for in his first part of his argument. And that's really kind of how I see it working. So I'm not quite sure if we're talking about the same thing or talking along the same lines here. That's the way I interpret it, and that's kind of why I'm heavily leaning towards Commissioner Messner's approach in this regard of kind of leaving it as is, because I think it accounts for that risk, and I think it captures essentially the same effect one way or another, whether the money's going into financial assurance or the money's being used towards plugging operations. So that's kind of how I wanted to lay that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I appreciate, again, that explanation. So here's, some of the things that you noted, if you're plugging a 5% of your wells and then you're getting credit, so then you don't have to pay in, then there's not, a balance that's in this account. And so part of the reasoning that I'm suggesting like a minimum balance in this account is that and maybe this needs to also apply for the credit, but so what I'm saying is you have to build up a certain amount. I threw out 20%. I would be open to higher than that or something else. But my other thought is, let's say you have $1 million total financial assurance. You're a smallish operator, you're in option 3 or 4 or whatever. Let's say you're in option 3. So 5% of that is $50,000 per year that you're supposed to pay in. So if let's say your total cost per well to plug is $25,000. So you could potentially plug 3 wells. And if you're getting credit, then you're not paying anything in to the fund. If you are putting in that $50,000 but you have to get up to 20%, which is 200,000, and you have to have that much in there. Then we still have that 200,000 that is always available to us, and they can do whatever plugging they want to. They can decide, whether or not to take it as a credit for what they pay in, but they still can't. What I'm saying is they have to get above that 200,000, the 20% in this example, in order to then potentially get reimbursed from that account towards additional plugging. And so my thought is that in allowing that, you might actually encourage more plugging on an annual basis, depending on what's being paid in and what's, what they're able to do. Because if they're putting in 50,000 every year, and that's kind of the minimum that they can put in, then they may not plug wells until they can start drawing out. So that's just the thought behind it. Maybe I'm totally off the wall here, but that's what I wanted to explain.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So I appreciate the point. I want to make sure I understand this correctly, because I think I appreciate the point if I understand it correctly. Is that is what you're saying is that an operator contributes 5%, let's say that's $50,000, right? Let's use these round numbers. And the next year they might plug one well that costs them $75,000 or $50,000. That one well would then eliminate the coverage of what would otherwise be provided through that 5% at a single well financial assurance amount or whatever that is. Do I understand that correctly? I see you nodding.
Well, so let's say they put 50,000 in the first year, they plug a well that's 75,000. So they get the credit. So the next year they don't have to put in anything. So then there's only 50,000 in the account, right? And then, maybe they decide to wait. They're not going to plug more wells until they've, and because they're also continuing to put in 50,000 each year into this account. What I'm trying to do is to build a minimum that has to be in the account, and operators could continue to plug and get credit if they want to. But once they get to a minimum, then they can also start getting reimbursed above that amount. They have to maintain the minimum balance, and then above that amount, they could get reimbursed towards their plugging costs.
Okay, so okay, I understand that a little bit better. I'll respond to that with, I guess, a couple opinions on top of that, and maybe a potential solution for consideration or a proposal. Is I think that we have a mechanism built in for reimbursement, and I think that's sub bullet 3. I think that if we add reimbursement on top of a credit, I think that calculus becomes a little more complicated in that subsection 2. What I may propose is that, and I'm not concerned about a minimum balance. At the very least, we're going to have 5%. On the contribution from the first year, because everything kind of applies in arrears, and perhaps I can create or there's a limitation that can be created that keeps it there. And so I've always thought about this sub bullet 2 as a one in, one out type perspective. And so one limitation that does not exist in this sub bullet 2 is the amount of of credit that can be applied for a plugging operation. So what if we say that credit is capped at the single well financial assurance amount, so that it effectively is a one in, one out. So we create a single well financial assurance amount, which we're going to do later this morning. And then an operator paying into that single well financial assurance has to put in, they say, I've got 100 wells, single well financial assurance is $1 for round numbers. I got $100 of financial assurance that I have to build up to, right? So $5 a year I'm going to put into that. Well, if they plug one well, so the first year you cover 5 wells, right? Then the second well, if you plug one well that costs $5, then now you have what should be covered as 10 wells, or 9 wells, but really you only have 5 wells covered. I'm really not, that analogy went off the rails on me, so I apologize for the confusion there. But I think what I'm trying to say is a one in, one out is how I think it's best approached. I'm not a fan of having a credit and a reimbursement kind of before everything's fully funded. I think the minimum exists, and I think that you can maintain that one in, one out perspective if you cap the credit on the single well financial assurance amount. And I will stop venturing into ad hoc calculations.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it's a good point, Commissioner Gonzalez. I actually think that I mean, in my mind, that was part of this. And so when an operator determines a financial assurance plan, they're either going to take the assumed single well financial assurance amount, whatever we determine that is, or they're going to provide a demonstrated cost for single well financial assurance for their portfolio, because that's what sets the percentages, right? So that's what sets the 10% and the 5%. If they go and they plug a well and has significant remediation associated with it, and it ends up being $250,000 to plug that well, that cost is borne by the operator, because the only credit they're going to get is whatever that single well financial assurance amount is. And so I think that does need to be clarified in the statement of basis and purpose, that whatever the single well financial assurance is, that's the amount, the maximum allowable credit that's associated with this. And that's always been contemplated. That I believe was contemplated in Owen's proposal initially. And so that is a part of this as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I still haven't been swayed, you know, so far in this discussion to make any significant changes here. I think that this still creates opportunities for operators to plug and abandon their own assets. I think that's what the goal here is. I think as we start pulling and allowing operators to put cash in their pockets, I just don't think that works within this system. I think that the idea is credits, plug your assets, continue down towards retirement when appropriate. I'm not saying that all operators need to plug their wells. They don't have to plug their wells. If these wells are economic and they're in this tier, then they pay the 5 or the 10% into this, and they keep running their wells in an economic fashion, and until they get to 100% single well financial assurance over the allotted timelines. And so, I mean, I think it works. I think it's clean. I think it's protective, and I think it encourages operators to plug and abandon their own assets over a reasonable time frame.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the conversation. And I appreciate the creativity of thinking about like how we might work with operators to further incentivize plugging. I think that I am comfortable with the way that the draft is written now. I think that what we're saying to operators is you either bond up, and one way that we're allowing you to do that is just over time build up your trust, or you might not have to pay as much into that trust if you are plugging your low producing or inactive wells. And I think that is an incentive and a benefit to the operator. I think unless I'm misunderstanding too, I think the other incentive, if you have a kind of a static portfolio and you're not continually adding new wells, you also benefit from this, because the amount that you're going to have to pay in would shrink over time if you're P&A your wells, because your portfolio is shrinking. So the 5 or 10% that you owe each year would also shrink, correct? So I think that that's another benefit. And so I appreciate what Commissioner Nanjapa has put on the table, but I think that I feel like there's good benefits in this proposal as it is set up.
I, as another commissioner, would tend to agree. Okay, looks like we have worked through the issue, debated pros and cons, and sort of remain as is. So if that's okay, then I think we would move to issue 2 from options 3 and 4.
Chair, if I can, I think
Director Murphy?
thanks. I think that this applies to all directors' review of any financial assurance plan option. And I've exchanged messages over the last week with Jane and Jarrett on our team about how to document staff's report. And we've talked about whether it should be a separate form from the 3, whether it should be a kind of an appendage to it. And I think it should be a standalone report. All that to say, I would be happy to add statement of basis of purpose language that staff will develop a process to document its review. If that works for commissioners, we want something more formal, we can.
Commissioner McGowan?
Could you clarify if that means there would be some sort of like a final document says everyone got reviewed and here's what it looks like? That would include individual assessments of what got reviewed, or is it just going to be a general, we reviewed everything and 10 operators got a green light and 2 got a yellow light and 3 got a red and are being forwarded to the commission? Like what, I guess, because I think what I'm hearing some stakeholders say is they would like some transparency about what's happening with these financial assurance plans. And I'm just trying to figure out like what we might be sharing. Am I understanding what?
I haven't communicated clearly. I was thinking about individual, like report by report or operator by operator.
Oh.
And in that operator's file, there would be written, well, it would be an electronic, because we're a fairly digital agency, recap of staff's report. It's probably not going to be a robust 30-page analysis, right? It's more likely to be a yes, no type analysis of documenting that staff went through the 5 items identified in 707. And I can pull up 707 if that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I think
Commissioner McGowan?
thank you, sorry. I think I'm good as long as we're identifying the items in 707 in each of the individual reports and saying that they've been reviewed and they've met the requirements for each of those bullets. So I think I'm good.
Okay, Director Murphy?
I want to switch screens, Chair, but I feel like people are actually reading what I have up right now, so I don't want to cut short that process.
Everybody give us a thumbs up when you're good or not, or unmute or whatever.
Sorry.
Commissioner McGowan?
So sorry. I feel like most of the bullets are about like, does this operator have sufficient financial assurance? I guess I would love to have a bullet that says this operator is on track with his financial assurance plan. Like they're giving a plan, hopefully with milestones and commitments, or are we just looking at whether or not that they have adequate financial assurance?
Does the second clause in D address that, or is not in compliance with the operator's approved financial assurance plan? In the first sentence of D.
I see what you're saying. Yep, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. I know this is painstaking.
No problem. We're all working together on this. Commissioner Murphy or Director Murphy is now switching screens. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's got my name on it, so I imagine that I should start. So one of the things that that I've been thinking about, and this is based on stakeholder feedback as well, is as the director is reviewing financial assurance plans. I mean, I think we have stuff already in the rules that make sense as far as how that's being reviewed. I think the statement of basis of purpose, as far as some things that the director may consider upon that review, is going to be an important piece of important consideration that should be included. And my thoughts right now are compiled in not a very clean way, and some of it is pulled from Westlope Koga's proposal. Some of it comes from Mr. Sir's ideas. Some of them are my own, but is just kind of, what are some elements in there that need to be included in the director's review criteria in the statement of basis and purpose to not as shalls necessarily, but as things to potentially consider, and particularly around issues that may motivate the director to kick that up to the commission because it's indicating some compliance issues or some financial health issues with a particular operator that may require some additional review and analysis by the commission. And so I'm just going to read through these. I'm not hung up on the exact language of any of these, but I just want to get my kind of concept and intent out there first, and then go from there. So, one of them, and I think this came from Western Slope COGA's pre-hearing statement, which is more of a compliance pieces, is that if the operator has not submitted a financial assurance plan, is a problem. Is the operator is non-responsive to inspection reports, NOAVs, or other communications from the director of the commission. The operator has repeatedly failed to conduct Bradenhead or MIT tests. The operator is performing Bradenhead or MIT tests in compliance with the commission rules, but is repeatedly receiving failed tests. The operator is not timely and consistently making royalty payments as required by the commission rules or act. Some other things that the director may review, and I think some of this is coming from Mr. Sura. The director's review may include whether the operator's financial assurance should be updated to reflect inflation. The director's review may include the operator's insurance coverage. And then finally, generally, if the director determines that an operator has not provided adequate financial assurance pursuant to the commission's 700 series rules or is not in compliance with the operator's approved financial assurance plan, the director will notify the operator in writing and provide a reasonable time frame for the operator to cure the deficiency. They may also require the operator to file a revised financial assurance plan, or kick it up to the hearing, kick it up to the commission for a hearing review. So again, not really well organized, my thoughts there, but I think that kind of gives you an idea of what my intent for this would be.
It appeared you were kind of reading things. Did you want to, and I feel for Director Murphy trying to capture all this. Did you have a screen to share, or you just
not ask me to share my screen?
Okay.
I can provide that. It's kind of all over the place, those notes. So it's
Commissioner Mesner, I think I got most of it. There was one after you said repeatedly failing MIT or Bradenhead tests that I missed. And then you moved into some of Sura's pieces. And I think the last clause that you read out really is 707A1D. But I know there's one that I missed, which is why there's something in brackets in there.
Oh, something. I see it. Okay. Let me just look at my notes again. Oh, it's royalty payments. Operator is not timely and consistently making royalty payments as required by commission rules or the act.
I think those are good things to include. They also dovetail with a lot of Commissioner Nanjapa's suggestions around the option 5 pieces.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just for clarification here, are these intended to be, so I guess I'm trying to understand something. On the annual review of financial assurance, does this stem out of a report that is affirmatively submitted by the operator, or does this stem out of the director's review or staff's review of the initial financial assurance plan on an annual basis to make sure that they're still in that same, or that same initial plan still complies?
Director Murphy.
Thank you. 707A1 directs staff to do it every year. If there's additional information submitted by the operator, then yes, it would account for that.
But these aren't requirements to be submitted by the operator on an annual basis. This is just criteria for the director to consider in her evaluation.
Yep. And
I'll but I just want to be clear that, I mean, and I'll precursor this by saying that I do believe that the vast majority of operators are, compliant and, are working hard towards doing the right thing. But I think that at least as this commissioner, it's been clear to me that there's certain things that happen that clearly indicate that an operator may be starting to struggle financially. And I'm trying to pick those up without so that they're considered in a review. And I think these are some of the things that at least I've noticed that, when they start happening anecdotally, it seems like things are starting to snowball a little bit for an operator. And so I think I'm just trying to pick up that, what are the elements in the smell test that need to be included in the director's review?
Others with thoughts? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of just a question for Director Murphy. I think this came up yesterday that you were saying in your review that one thing you wanted to always verify was the financial instrument. Would that be, I guess maybe more, do we need to, will that be discussed in the SPP, how that will be done, or what types of things would, like will you directly communicate with the surety provider, for example, or
yes.
what are some examples? I'm just curious.
So what we do today is literally call up to make sure a bond is still in place, a cash deposit, not a cash deposit, because we have that on hand. Call the issuing organization, the third party, to make sure that the bond number is valid, that the associated account is funded, and make sure it's still in place. And that is very specific regulatory language in 707D. And so that would be something that would also be specifically reported out in staff's annual. Like it's a mandatory look at. These are softer things to be thinking about. Does that make sense? Thanks.
Okay, are we comfortable then with the addition of the SBP language as articulated by Commissioner Messner? Director Murphy?
Yep, I think a couple of these might be also reflected in rule provisions, and good to tie that all together in the SBP. And with that, I would take us to single well financial assurance / single location financial assurance based on some of the dialogue over the last week or so. If it's helpful, I can pull up staff's rule. I know it's kind of lengthy and breaks across a couple pages.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to kick this one off. This is a complicated topic and a complicated bit of calculus to get to. I've really appreciated a lot of the different proposals that we've seen, all of which have been kind of across the board in terms of matrices, different ways of looking at things, different pieces of calculation, different ways of accounting for it. And I think at the end of the day, I'm a proponent of simplicity. I appreciated the numbers that Western Slope COGA had provided in terms of, what they had calculated out to be average costs and then some buffer to ratchet them up a little bit. And I thought that made for a simple application. And so I'd be a proponent of a single well financial location or single well financial assurance, a single location financial assurance, and then the single well location financial assurance as proposed by West Slope COGA. I know that's confusing, but really what they proposed was a number for the plugging and abandoning on a per well basis, a flat rate for a per location basis, And then that being clarified for a multi-well pad where that flat rate on a per location basis could be spread across the wellheads on that location. And so what was proposed was to stick with the 0 to 3,000 feet at $10,000 a well, the 3,000 feet plus at 30,000 a well, and then Peon's wells at 40,000 a well on the P&A cost for each well location or for each well. The location amount was $100,000. And that could then be broken out for a multi-well pad spread across the wellheads on that pad, on that location. I have a tweak to offer to that, but I want to make sure you've kind of captured it all, Director Murphy, and I think you have. But if you'll put the numbers next to the depths, I think that would be helpful because I'm going to tweak those a little bit or offer to tweak those a little bit. So 10, 30, and 40,000. Okay, so 10,000 on that one. Okay, so I think that when you look at these numbers and you apply them across the myriad of wells that we have here in Colorado, from what we might see as demonstrated costs at $10,000 to $12,000 for an entire location, all the way up to multi-pad locations in West Slope COGA, which are on par with those on the DJ in terms of their size. They may be greater on the Peons, and so that's why I think that those numbers are a little more influential to be more of an over coverage. Also, the Peons accounts for the reclamation of associated roads that connect to those locations. And so I was influenced by kind of this regime being a simple one that has numbers that are based in actual data points on the Western Slope, and that essentially, as mentioned or as stated by Ms. Gutierrez in the Western Slope COGA's presentation, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be fully covered, if not overly covered, under this regime. So, in terms of the framework, I'm a proponent of this. One proposal I would make is that we have removed in the mission change rulemaking and in this rulemaking any reference to specific basins, as far as I know. I can't think of a single instance where I can think of a basin being identified where we've created special rules for that area. So my proposal is to have 3 tiers of depth. Okay, and so I thought about what that might look like, and the way we have it now is 0 to 3, and then 3 plus. So the natural turn is to go to 3,000 to 6,000, and then 6,000 plus. However, I think that 6,000 number becomes complicated, specifically in the DJ Basin, where that is kind of like that depth right at which the Niobrara, which is one of the more prevalent formations being drilled, that it could be over or under really in any given well. And so my proposal is that we stick with these numbers. We do 0 to 4,000 feet, 4,000 to 8,000 feet, and 8,000 feet plus as our tiers for depth. That would necessarily put all the Peons wells in that 8,000 foot plus with a few outliers. It would eliminate any confusion of any formations that kind of fall right on that cusp. And it creates the same level of protection that was proposed by Western Slope COGA. So as one commissioner, I'm proponent of the simplicity here. I do believe that this would be a substantial amount of financial assurance on a single well or single location basis. And I think that this is where I have landed in terms of all my thoughts up to this point, subject to these deliberations.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for the tweaks to this. I think about it this way. I think we're contemplating two different things here. One's assumed single well financial assurance costs, and then the other one is demonstrated. And so I do think these two things play off of one another. The assumed The assumed, I mean, at least from this commissioner's perspective, is not, the goal is not to get to zero risk, but to get to an amount that covers the vast majority of locations and well situations across the state, as a flatter fee that can be considered by an operator if they want the simplicity of utilizing an assumed cost for single well financial assurance. And then there's also a mechanism for demonstrated cost. I have suggested language for the statement of basis and purpose of things that need to be included if an operator is going to utilize the option of demonstrated costs, and we can talk about that later. But as far as trying to come up with a relatively flat assumed cost that is generally applicable across the entire state, I actually think this is a pretty good approach. I think it does generally hit the majority of what's going to be seen out there. I think it puts us in a relatively low risk factor, understanding that it's not, when you're doing an assumed cost across the entire state, it's not necessarily getting to zero risk. And I'll go back to my initial statements. What feels like a long time ago is that, you know, there's as you look at this holistically, between funding the orphan well fund as a check and balance to how we're approaching financial assurance and determining assumed cost for single well financial assurance, these things all work together. But I think that this gets to a good place, you know, and as I'm applying it, I've applied Western Slope COGA's numbers, which are slightly different than this. Not really. I mean, you've made some adjustments in it, but I've applied it to a lot of different scenarios around the state, and I think it does. I think it does get us to where we need to be on this. So I would support this.
Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had been kind of thinking through these different types of depth scenarios as well. And I appreciate in particular the suggestion to not specifically name a basin and to do it this way. I like this suggestion. And I just wanted to make sure too that this is apart from any potentially additional relevant factors, correct? I saw one person, I saw Messner maybe shaking his head no.
I don't know what relevant factors you're talking about, Commissioner Nanjapa.
So in that rule, or in the definition, sorry, of single well financial assurance in the 211 draft, there's the cost with the, you know, with these different depths, but of course not the third depth that you're proposing, and obviously the different numbers that you're using. Then there's the reclamation matrix and the additional factors. So I just wanted to, like, I'm fine with just talking about this piece, but I wanted to also talk about the additional relevant factors. I wanted to make sure we aren't saying this is everything.
Yeah, the way I was thinking about this, Commissioner Nanjapa, is that this would cover everything. This is kind of the catch-all amount that is designed to cover the vast majority, and I think a very high percentage of what these wells would look like. I think that if you apply this, you're going to have as many overbonded locations as you will underbonded locations, and probably more on the overside, just given some of the testimony we've had, and really a lot of the wells that we think about in this basin being single well locations in a lot of cases, and these mega pads that we're talking about and that we envision that we have pictures of and we see often, you know, really being a product of the last 20 years. And so when I think about it, I think that this is a simple way of applying it without additional relevant factors. So that's really where my position was. So that's kind of my clarity on that.
Mr. Chairman, I follow up. Thank you. So I appreciate that as well. I've been thinking a lot about this. The piece with the peons in particular is that, you know, a great majority, if not maybe even all of them, are in high priority habitat. And so, and also there's a lot of cut and fill, locations. And so I'm generally comfortable with this proposal. I was going to propose a smaller list of additional relevant factors with a kind of a price tag associated with each that would just be, kind of added to the location amount. But another possibility would be, Matt Sura's proposal was $55K for the third tier. And if we did that, then I think I could be comfortable with no additional relevant factors.
May I ask a clarifying question? Commissioner Nanjapa, are you suggesting that the deeper than 8,000 should be 55,000 instead of 40,000?
If we are no longer going to
Right.
consider any additional factors with respect to location.
Okay.
And reclamation.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I appreciate the additional, that there is an additional amount for these deeper wells and for specifically these Piance wells as we're kind of put in this deeper category. I don't know that Mr. Sura presented any specific data points or any specific data that quantified that $55,000 amount, whereas West Slope COGA went through 100 data points to quantify their $40,000 data amount or $40,000 amount. And so for me, I skew towards who's presented the data, right? What is the real world and real application look like? And so, and of course, we're all commissioners. We're judging credibility of the information that comes before us, and that's each of our independent jobs to do. I found those, that presentation credible. I find that 100 data points is a pretty good data set. And so that's why I'm comfortable with that $40,000 number. I just don't know that the Matt Sura's number came from specific application. And I think that specific application is an important consideration for working our way backwards into these wells, into these rules.
Director Murphy.
If it's not too much to ask, Commissioner Nanjapa, do you mind listing out what you're suggesting so that I can capture it?
If we are going to talk about
Mhm.
relevant factors, is that what you
Yes,
mean?
sorry.
So those were in the particular, based on some of the information, in your own matrix here, as well as the information presented by Dr. Alward. I thought it was compelling information with respect to kind of the actual cost that we've seen. But I also appreciated the discussion between him and Commissioner Gonzalez with respect to some of the data points that were not included in the outliers and those kinds of things. And, we're not, I don't think any of us are really contemplating specifically full cost bonding per se, as we, as it pertains to actual costs. But that said, I think the cut and fill and the high priority habitat were the two in particular that I was thinking of as like an additional perhaps 10K each add-on. But I do know that a lot of the wells in the Piance would have both. And so as a little bit of a compromise, my thought was instead of adding 20,000, so 10,000 for each of those factors to the 40,000 for the Piance in the original West Slope proposal, to go with the 55 as that third tier that Mr. Sura proposed. I agree with you that, that wasn't necessarily based on specific data, but it was related to kind of some of the additional costs that were perceived and observed in some of these different scenarios. And so anyway, that's what I was going to just offer as a way to simplify further and drop those additional factors to just make that third tier 55.
Can I ask a follow-up, Chair?
Go ahead,
And-
Director Murphy.
Thank you. And Commissioner Gonzalez, the way I've understood the proposal is that you would take for a location, you take $100,000 plus the number of wells multiplied by their depth to get the total amount, right? Okay. Does anybody care if I put the equation on screen just because it helps my brain?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
It's not really multiplied by depth so much as it's categorized by depth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just for additional clarification, if you look at this and you apply it to a single well, 3,000 foot location, right? You know, like the ones we saw in Yuma County, we're assuming that's $110,000 in assumed financial assurance to plug and reclaim that well. You know, I think that when we talk about things kind of coming out in the wash or things kind of equalizing across the state as this holistic approach plays out that we're applying, I think this is where I was kind of making the argument that we're going to have a lot of overbonded and the potential for some underbonded. And I don't think it's appropriate or even accessible or that we're able to do so in these rules to account for 10 out of 10 to really have that precision for not having those underbonded locations. I just think that that's the nature of these statewide rules. And then one other comment I'll just make while I have the floor is that I think that we heard testimony that the cut and fill and the high priority habitat and the longer roads and the location specific costs were kind of built in to that 100,000 amount that Western Slopes data points had accounted for. So I appreciate, you know, these considerations. I just don't know that it's necessary as additional bolt-ons to add those to the total cost.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think that the difficult part for me is the data so we've been shared data from Western Slope COGA, shared some data from other folks that at least I've talked to, and then some folks have given presentations on the cost that we know from the Orphan Well Fund. And so I guess what I've been thinking is I think I'm comfortable with this model, and I've been trying to figure out where in the rules that we could put. I would like for operators to submit to the commission when they P&A and well the actual costs that they have incurred, so that we can figure out if these numbers are in the ballpark, if they are accurate for single well financial assurance, and base it on actual data that the commission receives. And maybe then the fine tuning will be what we see in the Piceance Basin is this, what we see in the DJ is this, what we see on the Eastern Plains is this. I would like us to get actual data about P&A and reclamation so that we have a better data set to make more informed decisions about this assumed single well financial assurance. And I don't know where to put it in these rules where it would be appropriate.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate that that suggestion. So I'm going to offer one concern and then one suggestion on maybe where this may go. The concern I would have is kind of the detail that may be required of these costs, right? You know, different operators work with certain service companies, and it's a negotiated rate in a lot of cases. And I think that opening that up removes some of the ability for various vendors and operators to negotiate specific costs that are applicable to themselves. So I would probably support this being a part of the Form 6A. Do I have that right? Directors nodding their head. I can't recall what the form was for the plugging form.
I think the 6S is once the plugging's been completed.
Okay.
6 is a notice, 6S confirms plugging's occurred. 6As and Bs are out of service list. So it depends on which one.
Form 6 blank is what I'm going to say is maybe where that would go. And perhaps I think that it could be a total cost, right? I don't think we need to see their AFE and their line items. But if this goes into there, I do appreciate that we have taken a lot of information from stakeholders, and it's come in really a spectrum of amounts. So I do appreciate using this as a way to, when if we do revisit these rules in the future, that we have actual data points that come from the commission and that are, you know, supported by our own data. So I would support that. A total amount is what I would support. And I would support it being part of a Form 6 blank with the closure of a plugging and abandoning operation.
Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I think walking me through this, I was just like, where does this belong? I think then I want to make sure that we've collected the data and then the data will be reviewed somehow. So I don't know if that's annually or as part of what report, and I'm not trying to create another report, but I don't want to collect data and just have it sit somewhere. I want it actually to be then presented so that the commission can consider it and decide if this needs to get updated or if it feels appropriate and it feels like it's in the zone, so to speak. Director Murphy, do you know where that might go?
Ostensibly, I'm just trying to think about how to staff it, quite frankly. We're talking about 2,000 plugins a year. And our
You should have some great data then by the end of year one.
Yep, and somebody to manage it and digest it and try to put it all into rows and columns that make sense across a number of different operators is not an insubstantial task. And so I need to think about how that can get done. And whether it's
Chair, I have another idea I'll throw out. Is, I don't know how evergreen of a review this has to be or that you're contemplating, Commissioner McGowan, but perhaps we could build in a set time for look back based on this data. So maybe we say 2 or 3 years from now, we are going to issue a report based on the amounts that came out of these figures over the prior 3 years or whatever. Perhaps that alleviates the need for full-time staffing director. I don't know how your staffing situation works, but to me, this seems like maybe something that could be outsourced to a third-party contractor. Really, it's just about data quantification.
A couple of things. One, I was reminded that a 6S is about plugging, not about reclamation. And so completing reclamation and related reclamation costs probably won't be known when the 6S comes in. So that's one piece to keep in mind about how to capture costs. And I'm sorry, I didn't think about it earlier. And I mean, it's a question of resources with everything. And yes, we could certainly outsource it, subject to availability in the budget and those kinds of practical things.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good discussion so far. So one thought that I had, this is just a thought. So, certainly having operators provide costs is one option, but we're also, I think, increasing the funding for our orphan well program. We're going to be, I think, ramping up our orphan well program to P&A significantly more wells over the next few years. I think that has the opportunity to a pretty strong data point as well, as far as determining, what actual costs are going to be associated with plugging, abandoning, reclamation, remediation. And I think those are good because they actually show what it costs COGCC to do those things, which is ultimately, I think, what we're trying to mitigate for here. I'm not opposed to the other piece as well, so don't get me wrong. I think that there's value in that as well. But I think there's a lot of value on what ultimately it costs COGCC to do this work. And so just a thought on that. I do think it's important that we review the data and we reevaluate this. I like the idea of a 2-3 year timeline to revisit it, because I think inevitably whatever we determine as single well financial assurance, the assumed single well financial assurance is today, that would go into rule and it would require that review. Should it need to change to have an additional rulemaking to make a modification, which I'm certainly not opposed to, because I think we want to rethink that and utilize real data on that. So that's my thoughts on that piece. I also think it's important to remember that the assumed cost here, in my mind, needs to be as simple as we can make it and still, try to get as close to actual costs as we can. Because this single well financial assurance, as applied throughout the rules, it gets applied in a lot of different places. And when we start having application of a matrix or application of other relevant factors in an assumed cost, I think that creates a lot of points for argument and a lot of points for discrepancy. And I feel like because we're applying this so broadly in so many different scenarios, that the assumed cost really needs to be as simplified as possible. And so I still think that what Commissioner Gonzalez is proposing makes a lot of sense, with the caveat that what Commissioner McGowan is indicating is that after 2 or 3 years, potentially, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Commissioner McGowan, I think you're currently indicating that it should be annually. But that, at least in my opinion, if we re-looked at this in 2 years, because we are also looking at funding for the orphan well program again in 2 years, possibly, that may make sense to look at this as well and make sure that we're correct there. Now, the other end of this is that demonstrated costs are going to be an important part of this discussion as well. And I think that some bookends or some parameters around what does it mean to provide demonstrated cost is really important, because that's where discretion and debate will come into this process. If an operator is coming in and saying, I want to show you demonstrated costs, because if we apply this assumed cost, like Commissioner Gonzalez had indicated, we may have an operator that's in the Eastern Plains with a shallow well still has to pay an assumed cost for single well financial assurance of $110,000. If they're in the Rangeley area and they've got a shallow well, they're still having to pay $110,000 to $130,000 per location for a single well. Even if you're in the Piceance Basin and you've got a 20 well pad, if you apply this, you're paying $900,000 financial assurance for that location and the wells associated with it, as applying here. And so, I mean, there's pretty good coverage in that. But you're going to have some operators that then come in and say, hey, I want to do the demonstrated costs. I want to show the demonstrated costs. And I think that having criteria around that's really important, because I don't want to just have a rule that says whatever an operator says is the demonstrated cost should be the demonstrated cost. So, in my opinion, when considering demonstrated cost, factors that should be considered, and this is SBP language, should be, area of initial and total disturbance for the oil and gas location, including any offsite production facilities, offsite flow lines, access roads, as a number 1. Number 2 is the number of wells. Number 3 is whether the oil and gas location has cut and fill slopes and slope ratios. Number 4, if the location has sandy soil, salt kills, and is in high priority habitat, and whether the topsoil has been salvaged. I mean, to me, those are really relevant factors in determining demonstrated costs. I think these are things that operators would already do as far as showing demonstrated costs. But I also think it's important that in that demonstrated cost analysis, that it's either provided by a third party consultant, or if it's provided by the operator, that the COGCC has the ability to ask for verification from a third party operator or a third party consultant, should they not feel comfortable with the analysis that's being provided by the operator. And so those are my suggestions for the statement of basis and purpose as far as demonstrated cost, because I think that's where the kind of the discretion comes into play and the less certainty comes into it. But I think when we're dealing with assumed costs, we've got to create some pretty simplified certainty as far as what those are. And I think that Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestion does that, with the caveat that I think that we do need to review these maybe in 2 years, 3 years, utilizing actual data and make sure that based on our data that those numbers for the assumed cost are close to being correct. That was pretty long-winded.
I think that I appreciate the points there, Commissioner Messner. I think what this is showing is that this commission is struggling, really hard to try to identify the current assumed cost to be as close as possible to actual costs as we can. And the discussion is also showing that we are trying to create refinement options that will better this in a year or two based upon additional actual data, which is the right place to go. And so I'm pretty comfortable with that as well. Commissioner McGowan, you'd raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Commissioner Mesmer kind of took a right turn, and I was planning on talking about demonstrated cost after we had this conversation. So I guess I'm a little put off by it's too hard and it will be too much data kind of conversation of getting actual cost from operators in addition to what we're doing as a commission, because I think more data is better data and it helps us make better decisions. But if I don't have the votes for that, I'm okay, I guess, with reviewing in 2 years the costs that have come from the orphan well program for the commission to P&A wells. As far as demonstrated costs, I guess I wasn't thinking about getting so complicated. I was thinking demonstrated costs for the commission could be simply shown by 3 years worth of invoices, but by a third party, not by the operator's own business, and or a third party estimate of what it would cost to P&A wells looking into the future. I was just thinking as simply as that, but it has to be a third party. It can't be the operator, him or herself, unless it's with demonstrated invoices. So I wasn't thinking as quite as complicated as Commissioner Mesner was to show demonstrated costs.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. And Commissioner McGowan, I appreciate your suggestion, and I hadn't thought about the true purpose of what we're looking, how financial assurance would actually be used. And I think Commissioner Messner kind of convinced me of that, or reminded me that really the application of financial assurance is for the administration by COGCC, right? Not by the operator. I think that, what you're suggesting is definitely a belt and suspenders. And I think if we think about that in terms of also the information we would be getting from demonstrated costs, it's kind of belt and suspenders and then another belt on top of that, because we're going to have information on, third parties' estimates that we can then apply in conjunction with the COGCC actuals. And I think that kind of gives you kind of a better picture, right? We don't know that the agency is going to be the most efficient or cost effective at administering plugging and abandoning and reclamation. We also don't know that the estimate coming from a third party is going to be entirely accurate, right? We want to hope that it is. But I think that these two working in conjunction, I think address the concern that you brought up. And so I appreciate you bringing it up. I think I like this approach just as one commissioner. This approach being demonstrated costs in conjunction with information obtained and quantified from the orphan well program.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, Commissioner Gonzalez, did you comment on what Commissioner McGowan proposed in terms of versus Commissioner Messner's suggestion? I just want to make sure I got a little distracted for a minute and I just want to make sure.
No, I appreciate. I'm thankful for your distraction, because that reminds me of another question I had. Commissioner Messner, is this a list to be including but not limited to ways of demonstrating costs, or is this an exhaustive list of what must be provided for demonstrated costs?
Commissioner Messner.
All right, I'm busted. I was looking at something in my notes and I wasn't listening.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's happened to me. But I'll let you know what we were talking about. Is I was curious about your list, kind of all the things that would be considered in a demonstrated cost. I'm curious, is that an exhaustive list that must be demonstrated, or is that your demonstrated cost may be supported by this information, including but not limited to?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it would be included in the statement of basis and purpose as to be considered but not limited to, as not a shall, but as examples of things that should be considered as how you would consider relevant factors associated with demonstrated costs. Because I think that there are other elements that may be important in site-specific scenarios, and to me, the stuff that I mentioned in here is stuff that I think any third-party reclamation specialist is going to address in a proposal, right? So I don't think this is anything that would like surprise anyone, but I think it's important that our statement of basis and purpose provide guidance on how operators can comply with the rules. And so that would be my suggestion there, is like not limited to this, but to consider these things.
In that case, Commissioner Nanjapa, to answer your question, I am on board with Commissioner Messner's suggestion. I didn't take notes on his entire list, so I don't have that to know exactly what that was. But assuming that, I think I have a general idea, and then once we get that language in the SBP, we'll be able to confirm that. So,
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Messner. Okay, so I think that information is really important. I agree that the list that Commissioner Messner mentioned. However, I think that is most relevant in the Form 6S with respect to the report, that then we can look back and look at those actual costs. I don't believe it is as useful for demonstrated costs. And so I'm on board with Commissioner McGowan's suggestion of something more simple of, prior year invoices demonstrating actual, costs for plugging, or third-party estimates, from third-party estimates from contractors, et cetera. So that's where I am on that. I think the other thing I wanted to just say is that I also support the idea of reviewing the data from, I think, both the Orphan Well program as well as what is provided on a Form 6S to the extent that we can, and recognizing that reclamation costs are going to be further out, because it does take a few years for reclamation to be, for a site to be fully reclaimed. And so I think perhaps I would support either at least maybe the first year, or perhaps within 18 months, a look back and a review of the data. And I think if it's as simple as, what were the plugging and abandonment costs? What are some of those relevant factors that we were just discussing, and that Commissioner Messner was listing for the demonstrated costs, and what's in the current 211 draft, and where the well is located, obviously. But I don't think that would be a very difficult number crunching exercise. I think if you had a few columns and rows, with the data, it wouldn't be that hard to come up with some data parsed out by basin, or, and looking at some of these different costs for those different relevant factors. So I support the idea of maybe a year or two, or somewhere splitting the baby in between, for a look back, just to see kind of what that looks like for the plugging and abandonment costs. And then I would also suggest a 5-year look back on reclamation costs.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate a concern I have about turning over invoices and just the vendor operator kind of relationship. I think that there's certain information that both the operator and the vendor may want to keep for specific business purposes. So if we can find a way to maybe offer or allow some redaction or some total costs, I think that that would be a better way of doing it. So that's just a concern I want to reiterate since we're talking about turning over invoices as one option.
Director Murphy, was that a hand raise or a scratch of a head?
It was both. Commissioner Messner, do you mind running through your list again? I also had gotten distracted when you were going through it and missed all of it. So there's a giant hole on the slide.
You don't want me to do the Messner screen share?
No, because I can't read it. My eyes aren't that good. And Commissioner Gonzalez, is your point about confidentiality, it would apply in both situations, information collected around actual costs and also information submitted to cover demonstrated costs. And then I think I probably have a question for the AAGs about whether 223 is broad enough to address that concern so that we already have a mechanism in place and don't need to reinvent it here.
I'm more concerned about the confidentiality with actual costs and specifically with invoices and really the level of detail. I'm less concerned with a third-party estimate of P&A wells or P&A costs, because I imagine the way that that may work is there is some sort of consultant out there that would run those calculations based on whatever information they're evaluating, but it's not a vendor and operator negotiated contract, negotiated rate specific amount. So that's really where I think that those two differ, if that makes sense.
And then Commissioner Marshall, I would love to hear your list. I just want to reiterate that like on a success, we're going to be getting plugging costs only. And so that might be easier as a number cruncher. But having worked next to people who work with the data that we get in a lot of it will take time. And Commissioner McGowan, I appreciate your point that because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. I get that. And there's a lot in these rules that's going to increase workload, and we're going to need to figure out how to do those too. But I think if there's an interest in collecting reclamation information, we need to find a different mechanism. And with that, Commissioner Messner, I would love to get your list read to me because I can't handle your screen share.
Yeah. So I'm happy to do that. I just want to, before I go into it, clarify that I'm not opposed to utilizing information off of the 6S, Commissioner McGowan. I think that's, I think what I was saying is that it was more of an and than an or. So utilize the orphan well list. I think all data is good data. I think we should utilize any data that is available to us that can better inform our decision making. And so, and I guess when I'm providing this list for demonstrated costs, I'm talking about utilizing it for an operator that is choosing to ask for demonstrated costs as a way of providing their dollar amount for single well financial assurance, and to provide guidance on how an operator can comply with that, what submittal requirements they should that they should include in determining what their demonstrated cost is. I don't think that we can depend on just previous invoices to determine demonstrated costs moving forward, because it could be an operator that has never, I think it could be an operator that has never done things in a certain area. And so I think we just need to, and I think invoices that look back also should include this stuff. So I think it all can be considered, but to go through the list again, number one is area of initial and total disturbance for the oil and gas location, including any offsite production facilities, offsite flow lines and access roads is number one. Number two is total number of wells. Number three is whether the oil and gas location has cut and fill slopes, and determination of slope ratios. Number four is if location has, determining if the location has sandy soils, salt kills, is in a high priority habitat, and whether the topsoil has been salvaged. So those are the 4 things. And not exhaustive, so not exhaustive, but just a general.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my team has helped me out and suggested that to capture information about reclamation, it could come in on a Form 4 when operators notify us about final reclamation.
Can I suggest that we take a break, take a pause, give Director Murphy a chance to sort of capture all this, and then come back and sort of finish up sort of our thoughts and deliberations on this? So let's go. It is 10:45. Let's come back at 10:55. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Appreciate the good discussion this morning. Couple of thoughts. I appreciate Commissioner McGowan, your ideas around we should be looking at moving forward as much actual data as possible. And I also would kind of note for the record that the deficit of data that this commission has right now is pretty large. And all we have is the orphan well data on our own. I don't know that we've collected data from operators on P&A, all that much. And so this is a pretty big shift if we were to do that. I also would note that I don't really know the answer in terms of how to do this, but I think we're hearing from all commissioners that looking at data as we move forward and then reevaluating and adjusting numbers based upon that is a really good idea. And so I'd like to throw out just sort of the proposal of what if we throw into the SBP the concept too of a commissioner or staff. I would suggest maybe a commissioner putting together a working group of operators and others to sort of sort through this and figure out the best method of doing all this. I don't know that we've got to like solve all the answers, right now today on the record in that regard, but I think we have launched upon a good idea. So I don't know if I'm even allowed to do anything like that, but that's something that I would throw out for us to be thinking about. Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that suggestion of a working group, but would the purpose of the working group be to determine what to look at or to actually go through and crunch the data?
I think it's more go through and figure out how to crunch the data. Figure out how to do it in a manner that deals with business confidences, as Commissioner Messner has pointed out, which I think is important. And report back. I think, and it could be both, and they could also be doing some evaluation around what needs to be evaluated.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I'm not sure that a working group is needed. I think I'm still in the camp that whether it's staff or a outsourced contractor, to crunch the numbers that come in from the orphan well program and or the success reports. I don't know, again, maybe I've been off on a lot of things today, so maybe I'm off, but I don't think it's that difficult of a task. If the report is clear and separated out by, plugging costs and, certain other costs that go along with that, that would be easy enough then to look at across different successes and the costs that we know of from the orphan well program. So that's just, again, just one commissioner's opinion on that.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the idea of a working group. I would prefer that we just said, here's what we would like for information on the 6S, and we collect it. And to Commissioner Nanjapa's point, if it feels overwhelming to staff, maybe we can figure out how to have a third party crunch those numbers for us and just be very specific about what it is that we are looking for, and try not to make it too complicated, but give us better data than we have now. If I'm outvoted, it's all good. I'll go with the orphan well data. So if you just want to take a straw poll, it's all good.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to emphasize that at least I hope I wasn't suggesting only the orphan well program be utilized. I was suggesting that it be also utilized in an evaluation. So I want to be clear on that, so that it's not that I'm suggesting that only the orphan well data be used. I think the orphan well data creates a good data point because it will be our costs to consider in addition to these other costs that are being collected. I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think we should utilize the data, collect the data. You know, I'm not opposed to the utilization of a working group to determine how best to collect that data, but I think maybe what I'm hearing from Commissioner McGowan is that just utilize the 6S, utilize the Form 4, utilize the orphan well program data. Let's internally figure out how we're going to evaluate that data, and in 2 or 3 years, I haven't heard specifically how many years, we reevaluate. And so I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a separate discussion from what we're trying to figure out here in the rules, which is what is that assumed single well financial assurance amount today? And I think we need to get back to that at some point, but I'm okay with this. Let's get the numbers. Let's develop the data. Let's continue to develop data, because I agree with Chairman Robbins that I think we're maybe data shy, and I think collecting more data is a good thing, particularly if we utilize that data in our decision making.
Commissioner McGowan?
Mr. Chair, maybe we have a working group to talk about what it is exactly that we're looking for on the 6S and what you need to fill in and provide, so that we're not making it overly complicated, but we can use that data to better hone in on, you know, whether our single well financial assurance assumed costs are in the ballpark or not.
Fine. Director Murphy?
What does the rule language look like
I was wondering that.
on this then? Given that the 6S again is going to be, you may have known plugging costs, reclamation costs will be estimated. How the information is gathered is a conversation that I would want to have. It's one thing to collect it on that 6S, but there are other arenas in which we have bulk uploads, which may be easier to manage than a well by well report. And that's that which could then facilitate ultimately the analysis of it, right? So there are pieces that I think we could work through. I get the goal of collecting the data and collecting it in the way that's easiest to understand and utilize is what's important to me. And so I'm not quite sure what the rule language looks like on this. If it's to collect and, you know, the actual plugging costs and estimated reclamation costs on your 6S.
Commissioner McGowan?
Yes, I would be supportive of that. So I think what I'm hearing also, Director Murphy, is that the devil's in the details. And when we say we want the actual cost of P&Ing, what is it that we're actually asking for? And it sounds to me like maybe we need to have a conversation about that. And then, you know, maybe there also needs to be a conversation about the estimated reclamation cost versus when the actual reclamation costs come in and where they come in and what it is that we're actually asking for, so that we're collecting apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. What's the form that closes a final reclamation?
Great question. So the Form S is when an operator notifies us with a Form 4 that they're ready for a final reclamation inspection. And I think a passing final reclamation inspection is what we then use to close out the file and then to work through bond release.
If the agency denies a Form 4, is another Form 4 issued?
Right. And so we don't deny Form 4s. They come in and then it's the actual inspection report that documents the completion of the work. So yes, there could be multiple Form 4s that come in for a single location around final reclamation.
So what if we did something like total actual costs on the Form 6S for the plugging and a total actual cost on a Form 4 requesting final reclamation approval? We've already broken out our single well financial assurance, or as contemplated, into a location amount and into a well amount. This kind of translates similarly to that. I think a total cost is a good one. You've got your total plugging cost, your total reclamation cost. The operator doesn't have to tell you who the vendors are. The operator doesn't have to tell you, what each line item was, or how much they paid for their dirt, or how much their trucking per mile costs, or any of that. Just a total cost for each of those. And that way it's a line item in the form, right? So as the form gets input, that's data in, data out. Does that make it any more palatable on the staff side? And what do other commissioners think about that?
I like it. Commissioner Najapa?
I like it too. I think that makes a ton of sense. I think the only other thing I would say, and I don't think we would need line item costs, but a checkbox, a set of checkboxes for all those additional relevant factors as they're currently listed in the single well financial assurance in the 211 draft, which is basically the same list that Commissioner Messner was proposing for the demonstrated costs. So we could just have a checkboxes like, did this apply to the site? Yes or no, basically. And then that would allow us to kind of parse out some of those total costs based on those types of factors. And get like averages for, sites that had XYZs as yeses on those checkboxes.
Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I think I can get on board with that idea, and I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think that I would be concerned with how many checkboxes there are, so I think we've got to high grade that to a handful of the most important or the most influential, whether that's an acreage disturbance, whether that's a cut slope ratio. I think that those are impactful, specifically on the reclamation, maybe volume of topsoil used, because that seems to be a pretty big trigger. Those seem like three big ones for me. I don't know how it being in high priority habitat would affect the costs, so I'm not quite sure why that would be a factor. I think it's an important consideration as we, are considering operations in general. I just don't tie that to a cost analysis.
I also appreciate the checkbox idea. I might need some latitude in what our forms can actually do in terms of, and whether it's a narrative. Like I'm not well versed in that, and our Form 4 does a lot of things. And anyway, we'll figure out how to solve it. It may not be the most elegant, but we can figure it out. So I think I hear general support for all of the concepts on screen between submitting costs on the 6S and the Form 4, gathering information about reclamation. I think I think the only open question for me is when to report back I've heard annual, I've heard 18 months, I've heard 2 years, I've heard 3 years.
Mr. Gonzalez?
I mean, I threw out 2 to 3 years, this is, we're going to be swimming in data when it comes to this. I think with kind of all three of these, right, we're going to have demonstrated costs and some quantification ability through that. We're going to have costs of plugging. We're going to have costs of reclamation. We're going to have costs through administration of the Orphan Well Fund. I would say let's give some more time, or let's give an ample amount of time to meld all that together and make sure that that those levers are being pulled and the numbers are being equalized. And so I'm concerned about, not really having a plan from staff and really how this is going to be implemented before I throw out a shorter time frame than what I proposed. So I'm gonna throw out 3 years.
I'm okay with 3 years. I think it's going to take us a while to get this all up and going and people turning in their financial assurance plans and filling out their paperwork. And I think that's a reasonable amount of time for us to assess and then determine if things need to get updated.
That was just a thumbs up.
Okay, are we good with that? All right, have we beat this horse? Do we want to go back to the actual numbers? We kind of dove down into this trail first. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gonzalez, can I confirm that you're changing it to 4,000 feet because that's related to a basin depth? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the change in the number.
Very, very fair question, Commissioner McGowan. The 4,000 feet was just to try and have uniform buckets. The 8,000 feet was changed to address a specific depth. Really, the rest of the state and the majority, the overwhelming majority of wells in the Piceance Basin, in which that category was originally designed for. It was originally 0 to 3,000, 3,000 plus. I think if we stay in that 3,000 foot kind of bucketing, that you're going to have trouble at that 6,000 foot depth. So I just decided to offer a movement that will essentially make all the buckets applicable for the most part across the state in formations that are currently being developed.
Thank you, that helps.
So then do we have on the table that idea from Commissioner Gonzalez plus the additions from Commissioner Nanjapa? Can you help me with that, Commissioner Nanjapa, and where you stood on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally good with the proposal for the estimated costs, and I guess the thing that is still on the table is whether or not we want to include relevant factors. I heard at least from a couple people, Commissioners Gonzalez and Messner, I think that they were thinking that it was the amounts as proposed by Commissioner Gonzalez are inclusive, and so we wouldn't have those. The other question I had was, Director Murphy, you had previously mentioned that the actual plugging cost or the average plugging cost was like 52,000 per well. And so I look back at my notes and that was what Mr. Sura's number was kind of roughly based on, that 55K. And so, I'm not going to follow my sword on this one. I think that the proposal is good. I know, and as everybody has said, and I think we all are thinking this way, that it's not about the full cost. It's the estimated cost that's going to be over or under in some cases. And I wanted to throw out those considerations for the additional factors, but I'm okay if others feel that those aren't necessary.
I kind of am supportive of that, Commissioner Nanjapa. I think as we're looking at this, we want to get the numbers as accurate as possible, and I would rather be on the sort of the quote high side. So I'm supportive of your idea.
I won.
Mr. Chair, which idea? Because I think there are two concepts here. I'm just checking to make sure which, both or three concepts, all, some, none.
Well, I think it's the idea that's at the bottom of the page there. Commissioner or Director Murphy?
Can I ask, I think Commissioner Najapa, as I worked through your comments, I think there were kind of three different options, either $10,000 for cut and fill and 10,000 if you're in high priority habitat, if both of those are true. Alternatively, $10,000 if either in high priority habitat or the site has cut and fill, or use $55,000 per well for wells that are deeper than 8,000 feet. And those are kind of three different approaches that you would propose to get to making sure we have a more tailored approach for really the scenario of the likelihood of a cut and fill slope in high priority habitat.
Correct. So for me, it's really the first and the third bullet as the either we add those 10,000 additional, those factors, those two factors as additional relevant factors. And if they're true, then it adds 10,000 each to the cost. Or we just use 55 for the greater than 8,000 foot depth and disregard the additional factors.
Do you have a preference, Commissioner Nanjapa? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. And so is it that we just have cut and fill on here? So I'm curious if Commissioner Nanjapa has a specific ratio she is targeting, or if any well that has any cut and fill, which would probably be every pad, would take on this additional factor. What triggers these additional factors? Presence in high priority habitat, a mountain high priority habitat, presence of cut and fill, ratio threshold for cut and fill. Like, what are we talking about for these factors?
Great question. I was basing this, so for the high priority habitat, just simple presence within high priority habitat. Let's see, I'm pulling up those factors. So in the matrix that staff provided, there was typical soil cut and fill or elevated location that was kind of a greater amount in the reclamation matrix. And then there was the sandy soil cut and fill or elevated location that was a greater amount. And so I was just kind of generalizing, although, and maybe that's a question that I wasn't really completely thinking through is are there other scenarios where it is not typical soil or not sandy soil, I guess. But if it's just, I mean, if both of those were intended just for any cut and fill, then I think that's kind of where I was going with it. I wasn't thinking about specific ratios.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
So thank you, Chair Robbins and Commissioner Nanjapa for your responses there. Yeah, I mean, I think that a ratio is important, right? Unless the pad is 100% flat, there will be some cut and fill. And so, if we're saying that if there's, any cut and fill, I really think that shouldn't be an aggregating factor. I think that is not an aggregating factor. I think that would fall under just kind of a normal anticipated, I guess, estimated cost there. So that's just one opinion on that. Is I do think that if there is a cut fill aggravating factor, and I'm using aggravating, that's not really the appropriate term, I need to know what that ratio is. For high priority habitat, I'm going to put the question back to you about why does high priority habitat mean costs are more expensive?
I would also look at Director Murphy on this one, but in my view, I would see that costs could go up because there may be seasonal limitations. There may be different types of considerations that need to be done in terms of how the reclamation is done or how the grading is done, or perhaps some of the types of reseeding materials or those kinds of things. And just in general, that there would probably have to be, my assumption would be that there would be greater time and sort of care involved in the high priority habitat because of the presence of those high priority species. And Director Murphy, correct me if I'm wrong, if any of that is inaccurate.
It's very comforting being able to defer to somebody who's better trained in this arena than I am.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I think I would lean toward maybe something cleaner where we're not having to decide if there's a ratio of cut and slope, or high priority habitat for me is a little more cut and dry, Commissioner Nanjapa. So, but I'm kind of also wondering why we're just adding 55,000 to the 8,000 foot well. If the 55,000 number is based off the 52, which is the average to P&A all wells, why it's all falling on the 8,000 plus feet. Sorry, I understand the concept. I'm just not understanding why it's being applied to only the 8,000 or greater feet. Or is that the average for 8,000 or greater feet? I might be a misunderstanding.
I'll look at Director Murphy in terms of the average. I think the average was across all depths, if I'm understanding that correctly. But for me, it was when I was contemplating that particular depth, I was thinking when it was above 6,000, but that does capture a lot of the western slope wells that are going to be a little bit more costly because of high priority habitat, because of longer access roads, because of the cut and fill, et cetera, and some of the additional factors that go into that. And so I was just thinking that would be a way to capture those additional factors. So that's why it's either we use 55 or we tack on the location costs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to figure out too how I am open to this suggestion, but I'm also thinking we added in excess low producing, which wasn't there before, which I think is also going to get at a lot of the western slope operators and their wells, which will increase their overall financial assurance, I think. And so I'm trying to figure out how this all plays together, that kind of poking the balloon thing and something popping out on the other side. So if we're just adding the 55 to the greater than 8,000 feet, I think the western slope, which I think their presentation has been, we have a lot of wells that can produce for a long time at a low amount that are going to fall potentially into the low producing definition that we've added, and how that all plays out. I'm just putting some thoughts out.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner McGowan. I had an idea, but I'll recognize Commissioner Messner.
Go ahead and state your idea.
Well, my idea is we've not undertaken a tool in our toolbox, which is to call upon a party and have them talk to us. So I just throw that out there. That is something that's available if we think that would help us sort of grapple through these issues. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not ready to call on a party, but I'm okay with it if other folks do. I mean, I feel like we've heard and read quite a bit about this. I think Commissioner McGowan brings up a great point, that we really need to look at this holistically again and really understand what the ask here is, and combine it with the understanding that we're looking at low producing wells and single well financial assurance, and that this is an assumed cost, and we're going to be over a little bit on some, well, I think we're gonna be over a little bit on a lot, and then we're gonna be under a little bit on some. And I'm not sure that the add-ons here are clear enough to me to not just cause problems and an assumed cost that needs to be simplified. I don't think the cut and slope one. I understand if you're doing a significant cut and slope with a significant ratio, then it is going to add some cost, but I mean, every pad's going to have a cut and slope to some extent, unless it's, well, unless it's on a perfectly flat area. So I think I'm still gonna land on just leaving it the way that it is, without these additional pieces. And because I think it gets us close enough to where we need to be. I think we're reevaluating this based on real data, and I think we landed on 3 years. I think that's an important decision point to actually see whether it's true or not. And so I think that's where I am. I think I'm not interested in these additional pieces as I look at it holistically, as Commissioner McGowan suggested, and I think that's a great point.
I think, did you recognize me? Chair Robbins, all of a sudden your audio is very muffled, by the way. I'm okay with it. I mentioned before, I'm not going to follow my sword on this. This was just a proposal before, what I was thinking about before Commissioner Gonzalez suggested, this whole kind of concept overall, which isn't, all that different from what West Slope has suggested. I'm fine with that sort of overall picture. So I'm okay with this. I also appreciate Commissioner McGowan's suggestion with respect to the data collection, because I also feel that eventually we're going to get to the better amounts based on data. So I am good with just going with the original proposal without the additional factors, given that we are going to have a look back and be able to look at this with actual data later.
So I with that, I mean, it seems to me that we're probably okay with the idea of the estimated cost as outlined in the first bullet. And we've had good discussion about the second bullet. Are we okay shifting from calling it single well financial assurance to single location financial assurance? I know that's a minute point. I've been in these two slides using location more frequently than well.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Well, as proposed by West Slope COGA, if we're going to rely on some of their language, they had 3 definitions tied to it. So single well location, single location, and single well. It's confusing to talk about, I know. But I would, if they were all combined into one definition, I'd be absolutely fine with that. That accounts for the location amount and then accounts for the wells within it. So I think there's a way to finagle that definition. I don't care if it's called single location or single well location or whatever. I think the effect of the rule is what's important to me. So that's, I think, up to the drafter's suggestion, Director Murphy and Ms. Stafford.
Okay, we'll work on that. I know that the rest of the rules contemplate single well financial assurance as a calculation, so we'll probably need to figure out the math. Oops.
Commissioner Messner, Commissioner Nanjapa, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm sure you guys will figure it out. I think it's just assumed, but as we contemplate single well financial assurance requirement for low producing wells or single well financial, or I think we just have to understand that location amount, that flat 100,000 would have to be divided amongst however many wells are in that location and determining the single well financial assurance dollar amount. And so I think that would be my only, well, and I'm sure that's all being contemplated, but I think that's how it gets utilized in the option structure is looking at it well per well, even on a multi-well pad, because that's just the way it's written. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm not sure I followed that last thing that you just said, Commissioner Messner. Were you talking about a single well pad, or were you talking about, I mean, because I'm looking at what Director Murphy has written on the third bullet about single location financial assurance being 100,000 plus the number of wells times the cost. But then you said something slightly different. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what you said.
well, I mean, I think you do whatever the ratio is, but if you're asking operators in the option program to provide single well financial assurance for low producing wells, that's individual wells. And so therefore you're going to have to do an analysis on that single well financial assurance based on location and downhole depth. And so if you got 10 wells on a location for $100,000, you're going to have a downhole depth plus 10,000 per well in order to create the single well financial assurance amount. And so that's all I was saying.
Okay, I got it. That makes sense now. Sorry, I'm just slow. I think, so the other thing I just wanted to throw out is, given that we do have some or several, and as I understand, especially some of our lower producing wells that are single well pads, I wanted to throw out the idea of a flat 100,000 for a single well pad.
Commissioner McGowan, sorry, took forever to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, if I'm understanding, a single well pad, one well, one pad would be 110. Well, no, it could be more depending on the depth. Okay, so between 110 and 140, you're proposing flat 100 if it's a single well. I'm supportive of that, I think.
Yeah, I would support that. I think it's a simple way of approaching it.
Commissioner Messner?
I mean, if folks want to support it, I mean, I could be okay with it. I think it changes the calculation, right? Because I think now we've decided that some of the wells are going to be under, some of the wells are going to be over, and we're trying to get somewhere close. And so to the middle, understanding that some are over, some are under. Now we just changed the calculation so that potentially more are going to be under. And so I don't know. I mean, I think it can be contemplated that if you have a single 10,000 foot well on the western slope on the Roan Plateau, that 140,000 may be a more appropriate number than 100,000. And so I don't know if I like that, to be honest, but I'm not gonna. I don't know as I'll put out a huge fight against it, but I think that balancing piece, that just changed the calculation of the balancing piece.
McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I see what Commissioner Messner is saying. Sorry, I think I might backtrack on the 100,000 for a single well. I do think the depth is going to be important, right? And I think for those folks who have a single well, where these amounts that they come out to are vastly different than what their demonstrated cost is, they're going to come to the commission, or they're going to use the demonstrated cost for their wells, for those who own the single wells that might be shallower depth. And so I think I'm okay. Sorry, I think I'm okay leaving it I think I want to leave it.
So don't go with the 100K. Is that right, Commissioner McGowan?
Yeah, we're not, I think I would prefer to not have the single well financial assurance for a single pet at 100K. I think the depth probably is an important factor that which we've put into the matrix. And if you're not one of those wells, you can use your demonstrated costs. You're probably significantly less than 100,000 if you're one of those shallower single wells.
I think I agree with you, Commissioner McGowan. So I think we've explored the concept and we've got 3 commissioners that would kind of like to leave it as is. Moving on, Director Murphy.
Chair?
Oh, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, just one little thing before we move on from that slide, and I think we're moving on effectively, but I wanted to, I wanted to express my appreciation for trying to find ways to protect against kind of excessive reclamation as Commissioner Nanjapa has proposed or had proposed in her factors. I know that's not carrying over, but I think it's a great time to remind all of us that 707A2 is that director's discretion part. That at any time the director decides that the financial assurance is inadequate and there's a risk of the state bearing the burden of an operator's wells or potential orphans, that she can bring that up to a hearing. And I think that's a really, really, really important backstop that's pretty unlimited and allows for circumstances where maybe there is, an excessive amount of cut and fill or soil being brought in, or if it's in high priority habitat, or there's other sensitivities or what have you. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I think we haven't talked about that in our deliberations. It's an important piece as we consider kind of the whole holistic view. So not a question, just more of a general comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I think that's a good final comment on that issue. All right, we've got a blank slide before us.
Chair, would it be helpful to pull up existing language or to recap the, okay. So to orient everybody, I've pulled up the language in 218 reflecting subpart 5, in which the commission directed that the buying operator will submit, as part of the transfer, single well financial assurance for all wells transferred after April 15, 2022 is due, unless the wells are out of service or it's part of a like-kind acreage transaction. Of course, there's a lot more in 218, and there are other provisions that we edited in the 211 draft, so I can move to those if that's preferable. But I think this was the most significant decision coming out of the commission's direction on the 31st and the 1st.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm gonna ramble here a little bit, but I can't amble. I have a knee injury, but this is an important piece for me, and how this gets applied in this structure that we've created, to me really is important on whether it hinges on whether this structure works well or doesn't work well. So I'll start by saying that I had proposed and supported single well financial assurance for all transfers. I pushed that because I also supported single well financial assurance for all new wells. And I think that requiring single well financial assurance for all transfers ties well into a concept that contemplates single well financial assurance for all new wells. Now we've shifted from that, and the commission has determined that new wells would not require single well financial assurance. And so we've kind of created some consistency on the utilization of this option structure. And the option structure, as discussed before, is really philosophically looks at how to address financial assurance, looking at the life cycle of a well and determining requiring more financial assurance as it gets closer to the end of life than if the well was at the beginning of life, utilizing production thresholds. I think that utilizing a term that was kind of thrown around during testimony of creating a transfer bolt-on to this kind of holistic concept that is the option structure can create some administrative challenges and accounting challenges if we were to look at all transfers requiring single well financial assurance, because I do think that the option structure does contemplate transfers in determining production thresholds, production metrics, in determining where operators appropriately land within the option structure. Having said that, I do think that there's room in this to consider single well financial assurance for all low producing well transfers, because I do think it ties into the current option structure and the requirement for single well financial assurance for all low producing wells with the designated allowances that are within the option structure. And so I'm going to suggest that the one way to look at transfers is to require single well financial assurance for all low producing wells that are involved in a transfer. Some language that I would suggest in that would be that subject to Rule 702B1 B IIAA and Rule 702B2 Big B IIAA, single well financial assurance would be required for all low producing wells transferred after April 30th, 2022. Now, what I'm saying by referencing those two pieces is that there are allowances within option 1 and option 2 for some percentage of low producing wells. And so if the transfer occurs for to an operator that has low producing wells and it causes that allowance to be exceeded, then that single well financial assurance for those low producing wells gets charged and contemplated within the concept of 1 and 2. If that allowance is not exceeded, if an operator in option 1 or 2 has no low producing wells and they take on 5 low producing wells and it doesn't cause them to exceed that threshold, then for those, I think, rare instances, there wouldn't be single well financial assurance charged for those particular wells in option 1 and 2. Now in option 3 and 4, we're already contemplating single well financial assurance for all of the wells associated with those. And so my suggestion would be that those those wells that would be transferred to those low producing wells that would be transferred to an operator in option 3 and 4 would be folded into the financial assurance plan that is already contemplated for those operators within option 3 and 4, unless it caused a significant change to that operator's portfolio that would require them, that would shift them from option 3 to option 4, or would after review by the director and the commission would, or after a review by the director, would be a significant enough change to that operator's portfolio that it would need a review by the commission to contemplate a adjustment in their financial assurance plan. So that's my suggestion.
Commissioner McCowan and Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I were to create an elevator speech for what you just said, Commissioner Mesner, are we saying, I think what you're saying is, I'm not sure. I'm going to try, but just tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is the transfer of low producing wells is now reflected in the options that we created with the in excess low transfers, but I feel like that's not what you said at the beginning, which is all transferred wells have to have single well financial assurance, but then you were talking about when they get folded into various options, how they're dealt with. So I'm not sure I understood what if I had an elevator speech, what it would be. Sorry.
I don't have an elevator speech for this, but I was not saying that all wells have single well financial assurance. I'm suggesting that only low producing wells require single well financial assurance. I think the other transfers get folded into the option structure naturally and create different production thresholds that place that operator in the right option. So for example, and I'll throw out just an example, if you have an option 2 operator who takes on a transfer of 25% of their overall wells that are lower producing, not even low producing, but lower producing, that could shift that operator from option 2 to option 3, as it should, because it changed the production portfolio that operator has. And so I think the portfolio, the option structure contemplates the majority of transfers. And by placing operators in the right option based on their production thresholds in their portfolio, that's the way that option structure is supposed to work. So generally, that's how transfers are supposed to work in there. Now, what I'm suggesting is that low producing wells automatically should have single well financial assurance required upon transfer. And I think that that's already contemplated in the option structure. I think we have to have single well financial assurance for all wells that are transferred that are low producing. And so that's the piece that I'm suggesting, understanding that operators in option 1 and 2 have an allowance associated with low producing wells that should be respected upon those transfers. So if it exceeds those allowances, then the single well financial assurance would be required. If it does not exceed those allowances, then it would just get folded into those allowances.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you would consider a friendly amendment. I've been thinking a lot about the options 3 and 4 operators, which already have single well financial assurance, like that is their structure. And maybe this is what you're saying. So I'm sorry if I'm not understanding. Are you, if a low producing well gets transferred to an option 3 or 4 operator who's already in the full financial assurance structure, is it single well financial assurance upon transfer at the front end, or is it considered single well financial assurance as it gets transferred into that option because that is already the definition in that option?
Thanks for the question. I'm contemplating the latter that you said, which is it would be folded into their financial assurance plans for option 3 and 4 operators. So not upfront, but folded into their plans because they already have a financial assurance plan that contemplates single well financial assurance for all of their wells. The only time it would be different is that if upon evaluation by the director, it would significantly change those financial assurance plans in a way that we may need to review that to make sure that that we wouldn't want to change the timelines associated with those. So if all of a sudden they take on if an operator has 200 wells and they take on 200 and they're an option 3 operator and they take on 200 inactive wells, which means there's zero production associated with those. That's a pretty significant change to that operator's portfolio and may need review by the commission to make a modification to that operator's portfolio based on that consideration. And so that's what I would consider a significant change. Or it may shift that operator from option 3 to option 4, at which time we would want to review that. We would be required to review that operator's financial assurance plan and reevaluate those timelines because they shifted from option 3 to option 4. But generally speaking, it is what you said, which is it would be folded into their existing financial assurance plan because they're already contemplating single well financial assurance for all of their wells.
Thank you, Commissioner Messer. I've been thinking about that piece quite a bit. And I have a slightly different way of that I've been thinking about it, which is if a low producing well gets transferred to an option 3 or 4 operator, that some sort of a down payment needs to go with it. So it's not the full single well financial assurance, but like 20% or something, so that we know those wells are starting off with something not at 0 as they get added to an already low producing portfolio. So I offer that for thought, just because I've been kind of thinking through that, those 3 and 4 operators as well.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much to Commissioner Messner for kicking us off and the conversation with Commissioner McGowan. I think that was helpful to understand where you're coming from. I think where I've been thinking is fairly similar to what you said, and I guess I'm going to take the stab at the elevator pitch. I think what you're proposing is a little different than what I'm going to say, but basically, I think, again, trying to aim for simplicity, I really like where we've landed with the option structure, given the coverage of low producing wells, and the way that options 3 and 4, are single well financial assurance across the board. So my proposal is that upon a transfer, an operator's entire portfolio gets reevaluated and they are determined for which option they fall into based on their new numbers and their new projected production thresholds based on the production of the wells that they're acquiring. And then that dictates their financial assurance plan going forward. So that's the nutshell of it.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we are all pretty close to being on the same page in this regard. When I walked through Commissioner Messner's proposal and thinking about it as he was speaking through it, it sounded to me like it was getting to the same resolution as you were proposing, Commissioner Nanjapa, in that basically an operator's post-transaction portfolio dictates their financial assurance in accordance with the option program that we put in place. I think this is consistent with what I was advocating for a couple weeks ago, which is that we honor the option system, specifically now that it's been enhanced with low producing wells being the trigger for excess single well financial assurance. And that basically we apply that robust and adequate financial assurance program to an operator's portfolio. And if that portfolio changes through a transaction, that will trigger a review of whether or not that operator still belongs in that option. And so I think that's a simple way of doing it. I think it captures what we're talking about. In that case, if you have excess, if you're option 1 and you have excess low producing wells above 10%, single well financial assurance. Option 2, 5% excess low producing wells above 5%, single well financial assurance. Option 3, single well financial assurance, and you would stay on the same timeline as you originally had under option 3 and option 4, also single well financial assurance. And that timeline I'm talking about is the contribution. For option 5, I think that would have to be basically a new option 5 to incorporate whatever the transfer, whatever the changes are to the portfolio post-transfer. And for option 6, it's already contemplated. So that's kind of where I'm getting at. I think the simple way of looking at it, and I think it gets the same results Commissioner Messner and Commissioner Nanjapa, is basically we honor the option system, we honor the financial assurance that we've built thus far, and we evaluate that on an operator's post-transaction portfolio. I think that this is, I think it's a good and clean way of doing it. I think that, we're talking about low producing wells instead of inactive, so bigger bucket there. We still have an annual review. There's still the 707A2 director discretion, which will be reviewed, and triggered. A review will be likely part of a Form 9 review. And it accounts for the changes in portfolio, right? I think it all reconciles against itself. So that's my proposal. I think that I want to talk about Commissioner McGowan's proposal about a down payment. I think that if a low producing operator accepts a big slew of low producing wells, that could skew basically the contribution to portfolio ratio that they have been building up in that trust fund, right? In that sinking fund. And so one thing I would consider is that the buying operator, if they are an option 3 or option 4 operator post-transaction, that they put up the single well or whatever financial assurance was tied to those wells prior to transfer. So if the selling operator had financial assurance for those wells, and that financial assurance you would either transfer, and that's up to the operator. It's not, I don't think that's up to us to dictate, or the buying operator would just have to replace that financial assurance in their option 3 or option 4 structure. Does that account for what you were considering, Commissioner McGowan? And then otherwise, does that structure seem aligned with just the methodology and the philosophy of kind of what Commissioner Nanjapa and Commissioner Messner were thinking?
I like that idea too. So that I like that it's not just starting at 0 and then we're adding more to an already kind of long drawn out portfolio. It gives it a little, it's like your kid going off and you're like, here, I'm starting a retirement fund for you. So the amount of the amount of assurance that the well had upon transfer is the down payment then that has to happen in a 3 or 4. Got it.
Commissioner Messner, or I'm sorry, Commissioner McGowan, were you done?
I have another idea, but I'll wait my turn.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gonzalez, I think that's right. I mean, I think it's still important to acknowledge that we're requiring single well financial assurance for low producing wells. I understand how it applies, but I think it's important to acknowledge that's a requirement. I like the idea of how you're approaching Commissioner McGowan's suggestion. I think that's a good way to do it. So, but I want to make sure I understand it. So, if I'm making things up here, but if I've got a 10-year timeline for single well financial assurance, and I've been in that timeline for 3 years, and I take on 5 new wells, then I need to pay 30%, either the buyer or the selling operator. Somehow there has to be 30% of that single well financial assurance for those 5 wells has to be provided up front, and then they can be folded into the other 7 years of that operator's financial assurance plan. Is that right? Did I get that right?
I think, yeah, Commissioner Messner, I think that calculation makes perfect sense. It's a little more eloquent than kind of what I was talking about, because it quantifies really that same situation in transfer. And so I think that's appropriate as kind of a marker there. I'm not quite sure how to word that up, but I think that's aligned with what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm in support of that.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I meant to address the suggestion from Commissioner McGowan, but I agree I like this discussion that we've just had. And I like this idea of the amount that is already associated with well going with the wells. And so that could be, determined by the buyer or the seller. Related to that, I was also compelled by the suggestion from Mr. Freeman about the buying operator or the selling operator, the selling operator continuing to be on the hook for the financial assurance for the wells in question until the buying operator has confirmed their plan and demonstrated their ability to handle that plan. So I'm not sure exactly how that would come into play, but I think the main thing is that, you know, I'm not sure if we, and I'll look at Director Murphy, I don't know if we already have this covered with the way the language is in the rule that, you know, until financial assurance is in place by the buying operator, you know, that those wells are, they're shut in and they're not, that the transfer won't be considered complete in the eyes of the commission. But what I don't know is if it also clarifies that the selling operator is still on the hook for it. So maybe if I could just get clarification, but I just want to make sure that that is also really clear in the rules.
Commissioner Nanjapa, I think it is clear in the rules that from the commission's point of view, the selling operator remains responsible for compliance with the rules, including all associated financial assurance requirements for the wells proposed to be transferred until the Form 9 subsequent is approved by the commission. I kind of heard in Mr. Freeman's discussion a slight nuance to that around posting additional financial assurance if the seller doesn't, the buyer should, or something like that. And I don't recall it specifically. I'd have to go back and listen to it. And I do not think staff's draft goes that, or the rules go that far. I like the trend of this in terms of requiring, and you'll note that I have a question about kind of when does the revised plan come in? Does it come in with the Form 9 initial? Does it need to come in prior to transfer? But to get the documentation into the commission on the financial assurance question prior to, so we can move with the transaction and avoid getting into that scenario where we have a completed, to the extent that we can, avoid having a completed transaction without associated financial assurance to support it. But I think this is the right trajectory. And I think that especially with the revision staff proposed to 218 and the provisions that are already existing in the 700 series, we're in a good place to ensure that the state is protected in the event of a transfer to the extent that we can be.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you. And thank you, Director Murphy. Yeah, I think in my view, that would be the where the Form 9 intent, the estimated amount of financial assurance required by the rules. So that would be based on the projected post-transfer portfolio and what that would, you know, which option that would put you in, which and how many wells would be subject to the single well financial assurance per the excess low producing wells. So in options 1 and 2, of course, and then in options 3 and 4 would be, you know, for all of them. So I would think that we would get that initial projected estimate. And then, of course, you know, if anything changes in terms of the numbers of wells or whatever by the time of the final transaction, then that would be provided in the subsequent. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Najapa, did I capture the entirety of your comment?
Yes, I think so. And I think I just was re-looking again at the rule language that, you know, I think that the way that that is noted, I think is sufficient. I don't, I'll also have to go back in my notes in terms of what Mr. Freeman said, but I think that really I just want to make sure that that we are very clear that the selling operator is still the responsible party for the financial assurance until the buying operator has provided it.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things here. One, may we go back to the math about the transfer to option 3 or 4? I guess if I'm understanding now what I think I was not understanding what Commissioner Gonzalez was proposing. If the operator is in year 7 of a 10-year plan, then we're asking for a 70% down payment on the single well financial assurance of a low producing transferred well. And I guess I was thinking the addition of those new low producing wells might shift the time frame of their plan. So their older wells are being plugged and or are fully assured, and then they're adding new wells, which might extend the life of their portfolio. And so would those new wells be folded in, they reassess what their financial plan looks like, and then that's how we determine how much the financial assurance is needed for the new wells. I guess because I was thinking if it was a down payment, it'd be more like, jump start it with 25% or something, and then you're on your track. If you're further along in your plan, that's a significant amount, and maybe we're okay with that. I just would like to clarify kind of how that plays out and what that means.
Commissioner Gonzalez, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I would. No, thank you, Commissioner McGowan. It's a great point. I had contemplated that, and I think that's part of the calculus that an operator is going to be thinking about. I think that some of the concerns that have popped up is transfers to these lower producing operators and large portfolios of low producing wells. And so in that case, I think that just has to play into the calculus. And if an operator needs an amendment on that, they can request a hearing and amend that financial assurance plan as they see fit. So I hear what you're saying. I think I'd rather anticipate transfers where an operator has built up some financial assurance that can then go with the wells in some way, shape, or form to the buying operator. Right now, that's up to those two operators to figure out in their private transaction and how they paper that up. But this was actually an idea that came to me from a low producing operator and an operator that's likely to be in option 3. And so that was influential to me in terms of trying to find the right balance with the right protection of an operator that may potentially increase a portfolio of low producing wells and to maintain that same level of protection as was originally anticipated. So I'm still comfortable with that transfer and with that operator being an option 3 or 4, still maintaining, absent a hearing or requesting an amendment, still maintaining their original timeline for bonding up.
Commissioner Gonzalez, can I follow up and just make sure I'm understanding? So
Sure.
The buying operator, let's take Commissioner McGowan's, he's in year 7. So their wells have 70%, right? And they're buying some wells from a different operator that was in, say, year 3. So they've got 30%. That 30% goes to the buying operator, and then they need to find the additional 40% to level out the purchase of those wells.
What I'm thinking about, Chair Robbins, is these selling operators, 70% would go to the buying operator, and then they are bonded up on those wells, what would otherwise be under that plan. Now, I think there's some clumsiness to it, right? We're kind of talking through it, and I haven't mapped it all out. I think there's some clumsiness when it comes to options 3 or 4 that perhaps we can dial in a little bit. And I think there's some clumsiness we haven't discussed with an operator that is in an option 1 or 2 or an option 5 or 6, more importantly, perspective, transferring to an option that's in 3 or 4. So perhaps it goes back to an idea similar to the way I think Commissioner Messner may have put this out there, where it's basically bonding up to the similar percentage of what your existing portfolio is, right? So if it's 5% year over year and you're 3 years in, then your entire portfolio, absent whatever credits you've gotten, should reflect either the plugging of a well or a contribution associated with that well at an equivalency of 5% or 10% a year, depending on that option. I know I talked in a very, it's a complicated situation. So hopefully that was at least not too muddy in what I'm thinking about, but it's still even a little muddy in my mind, thinking about how this is going to operate. And so I still think, a simplistic way of doing it is an option, is reevaluated based on an operator's post-transaction portfolio. And if that requires a relook for options 3 or 4, and that operator has to come back to a hearing or has to submit a new plan to the director with those timelines, and if those timelines are different than a 5% contribution as originally planned, then it would come to us for hearing under appeal, right? Kind of absent that assumed amount. I don't know if that makes it any easier, but that's just kind of the way I've been thinking about it.
Director Murphy, and then Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, Chair. I think we need to also remember, when we step back, the commission has the authority to decide option 3 and 4 plans. So a plan that comes in after a transfer that is proposed to be 3 or 4 is coming to the commission for review. And so I think that we can set out the expectation in the rule to meet the requirements of the selling operator. But ultimately, you all will have the flexibility to respond to the circumstances as proposed. And I think that creates a pretty nice package in response to accommodate all of the concerns I've heard articulated by commissioners on that case-by-case basis.
Agreed. Commissioner Messner, and then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Gonzalez, you have created something that is generally simple. I understand it. I think it makes sense to me, and I think it creates some certainty when a buyer and a seller are contemplating a transfer, because I think we need to understand, basically, like on the basic level, we're requiring single well financial assurance for all low producing wells. And so that can't be lost in a transfer, even though it's going to an option 3 or 4 operator. That still has to be contemplated, that low producing wells require single well financial assurance. And so understanding that, this idea that it has to match the buying operator's timeline, and you're going to have to come up with the money, whether that's 10%, 30%, 50%, or 70%, depends on where that buying operator is in their financial assurance timeline. If they've already met their timeline, so if then it would be 100%, right? And that's why it's important to maintain in there that single well financial assurance is required for all low producing wells upon transfer. And so I think it works. I think it's clean. I agree with Director Murphy that if there needs to be an adjustment overall on timelines based on the commission's review of option 3 or 4 plans, then we have the ability to do that. But having this in addition, from a simplicity standpoint, that would create certainty for a buying and selling operator in a transfer transaction of what it would actually cost, I think is an important consideration. And I think that this does that. So.
Commissioner McGowan.
I will go along with that. I have another issue that I just want to put on the table. I've been thinking, and we haven't talked about the out of service wells yet, but if I know some stakeholders have asked for the ability to take a well off the out of service list for beneficial use. And I think that I'm not close to the idea, but the whole point of the out of service well was a commitment to P&A wells, which is what we're trying to do. And so I guess if we are going to allow, and I realize we haven't decided this yet, if we're going to allow a well to come off the out of service list for beneficial use, I think it has to have single well financial assurance right off the bat upon that transfer. And it might be low producing, it might not be, I have no idea.
Do we want to park that idea, Commissioner McGowan. I think out of service is probably the next thing we're going to take up. And then if that comes up and there's a allowance of out of service to be transferred, then we can come back and revisit this piece.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. It's that whole balloon thing and poking. You
Yep.
never know where to start or end. And
I've been thinking of, squeezing one of the balloons and then it pops out over here, right? Or if you squeeze it here, it pops out over here. Okay, are we all comfortable then with where we landed on this transfer component? Okay, I'm gonna suggest we are. And thank you to the various commissioners for articulating that. Director Murphy, can we go back to our sort of playlist and sort of see where we're at? That all just turned blue.
I was gonna leave it black because it's today's work, but I italicized it because I think we're done with it.
Okay, so that means we've got orphan well out of service and then potential other topics. It is 12:15. Do folks want to take a 30-minute break and then come back and tackle the last two big ones and be miscellaneous? Seeing nodding of heads, we will do that. See you at 12:45. Recording back on. Okay, welcome back. As is likely the case, not all of us got to eat lunch, so if videos are turned off, it's because we're munching. I think we have two more topics and then perhaps miscellaneous. I believe that we were going to start with the out of service provisions and have some talks about that. Director Murphy, if you want to share a screen, we can get to that discussion point.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't sharing. I thought everybody was just deeply contemplative about the 2 bullet points.
Love it. Okay, here we are, folks. The issues are AVO and AIM. Whether if you put something on the out of service list, it should stay there forever. In other words, is it a for reals out of service list? Or can it be brought back to beneficial use? And there may be some other topics for commissioners that they want to talk about. I can start just on the out of service and returning it to beneficial use. I'm of the perspective that we've created an out of service list, that it's a novel concept, that it is to encourage plugging and abandoning, and that we should want folks to put things on the out of service list, and that once they're there, they're there. So throw out that marker on that singular point. Commissioner McGowan?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I think philosophically I'm there too. If other commissioners feel like there is some doors should be open for beneficial use, then I guess I'm of the mind that it has to be single well financial assurance for that well. For the AVO and AIM piece, I'm hoping that a compromise might be that the operator could just submit a delay of repair results from CDPHE over to the commission. And potentially then those results could be used to help determine some sort of prioritization within the out of service list. If it is a long delay and it is leaking, we I think potentially would want to P&A those and get them out of the portfolio. I think another issue that I heard from folks, sorry, I'm just running with things. Another issue I heard from folks was, or for me also, I think I'm supportive of the timeframes that have been put in the out of service list, but I would like to see in the report that goes to the director from the operators in the out of service, in the report, some sort of milestones that can be reviewed so that, similar to my procrastinating children, we don't wait to do our paper the night before the papers due. We can see kind of milestones and things that are happening before we get to the, year 8, 5, 6, or whatever year it is. And the director then can flag anything that might need to be flagged for the commission to review if we feel like folks are not on track to get their wells plugged within their the timeline that's been put into the rules. So those are the things that I've been thinking about under this category.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. And on the, if it goes on out of service, it remains on out of service. From my perspective, I do think we still have built within our rules a variance process, and that might be something that could be useful if someone has a good idea for a slug of wells that we're not thinking about right now. So I should have said that when I made my initial statement. Commissioner Messner would like to go next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agree with you and Commissioner McGowan on the out of service well list. If they're on the out of service well list, they're on the out of service well list. Certainly believe we want to encourage folks to use that. And our variance process allows for folks to ask for a variance from any of our rules, assuming that they meet the benchmarks associated with the variance process. So if folks want to try to use that for the out of service list, they can already. So I don't think any additional language around that needs to be included in the rules. So agree with you both on that. I think I agree with you, Commissioner McGowan, on the AIM piece and the delayed leak report being submitted. That makes sense. And I think that's a good suggestion. So I will support you on that. And then as far as the milestones go, I just want to make sure I understand your proposal. So not not requiring that as part of it as far as setting milestones, but just some way for the commission to evaluate that there's progress occurring on the out of service list is what I'm understanding. And if that's the case, I think that's a good idea too.
Is that the case, Commissioner McGowan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure we should be putting exact milestones in the rules, but I think that there are things that we were talking about that are supposed to be happening with an out of service well that I think are important to me as a commissioner, because I think they reduce the chances of those wells leaking, and it's, de-electrification, purging equipment, in most instances, putting a down hole plug. And I guess I don't want to see those things waiting until year 8 if I'm required to plug my wells by year 8. And so I think in the out of service section, there's required reporting or review by the director. And I think that's a good opportunity for the director's review of the plugging list. Maybe that would be a good opportunity to make sure that wells are on track and we don't have any kind of what I'll call procrastinators.
Director Murphy?
I just wanted to walk through the kind of salient language on a couple of these points. 7 on screen is in 434D, and that reflects the information that comes in on the annual report that Commissioner McGowan and Messner are talking about right now. There are requirements to capture information about what has occurred on different locations for wells on the plugging list. So that's encapsulated in 434D7. I'm going to scroll down now. 434D8 encapsulates kind of the director's review. And right now it is a fairly discretionary review in that the director is looking to make sure that progress is being made, but I think that more robust language about that could be included. And then the last piece I wanted to touch on before handing it back is that 434D9B specifically contemplates that the director, upon written approval, can allow repurposing of an out of service use for a beneficial use other than hydrocarbon production. I know that we've heard a lot about operators perhaps wanting to reuse a wellbore for hydrocarbon production, and that is not contemplated by this provision and would need to go through the variance process as articulated. So I wanted to make sure we were clear about those distinctions. And to me, those distinctions apply as part of a transfer or as not, like they're the overarching guideposts for what would happen in a transfer as well. So I just wanted to add those 3 clarifying parts, and then I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint now. But if anybody wants me to call back up the rule language, please just let me know.
Great, thank you. And I am appreciative of that language. Commissioner Gonzalez, then Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for pulling that up, Director Murphy. I have what I need, so you need to pull it up again. But I think with respect to the return to production, I think that should be, return to service, I guess, from an out of service list. I think fundamentally it shouldn't be. And I think that the way the language is written and the rules are written that account for those specific times and account for a variance process specifically for hydrocarbon production, I think is the appropriate route. So I'm comfortable with as written for the out of service list as it pertains to returning to production or returning to some beneficial use. As for the AVO aim, I think delay of repair is the appropriate trigger here. I spent a lot of time kind of road mapping what the process is under Reg 7 for AQCC to be looking at the reporting that was being contemplated and discussed in stakeholder presentations. And it seems to me that all leaks are solved, and if they are not, they are on delay of repair. So I think isolating to delay of repair as a reporting element is appropriate. As such, I would suggest that we adopt ALGC's red lines, and it's a specific new rule, 434D3F, with the specific caveat in there or the specific amendment to that language that limits it to delay of repair. So that's my first piece on that. I think so there's three components to what they had proposed. That's the first one that I would recommend that we adopt. The second one is in regard to the reporting for the Form 6B, which is the annual reporting on the out of service list. I think there's, a lot of the things that you had mentioned, Commissioner McGowan, are already part of that reporting in 434D7B for the Form B. And ALGC had recommended that we add or have unmitigated leaks or spills or releases to that list. I think the appropriate language would be to add to that at the very end of that rule, or is in delay of repair status under Reg 7 or whatever the appropriate, I guess, tie in to that reg is. So I think that would kind of cover what I think is the idea and the important consideration of prioritizing these wells, or at least understanding which of these wells may have some ongoing leaks, and prioritize that up alongside the other priorities that we are employing for the out of service list. Now there was a third suggestion by ALGC. I'm not suggesting we adopt it because I think it's pretty challenging. They suggested that we add a requirement for prioritization, or add language that says that an operator will prioritize the plugging and abandonment of out of service wells that are identified pursuant to 434D3F, which is the delay of repair list. I keep on thinking about all these priorities, right? If you have wells that are in a disproportionately impacted community and you have wells that are within proximity of residences, and you have wells that have delay of repair. And each one of these says we have to prioritize, or that an operator has to prioritize them. What really is that priority? I think that there could be SPP language in there, and I think that there could be, us making clear that these should be a part of the prioritization considerations by an operator. But I have a hard time listing everything as you will prioritize this without offering a ranking of those priorities. And I think that's going to be a hard thing to do. So I think it's going to be a matter of saying, hey, all three of these things are important and they should be considered in an operator's proposed plugging list out of service list. So that's kind of my 2 cents on AVO and AIM, and I'm happy to answer any questions about how Reg 7 operates in that regard, but I think everyone's kind of done their homework on that. And that's where I sit on those 2 particular matters.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to everybody. I don't really have much to add. I'm in support of all of what we have on the slide here, including those additions from Commissioner Gonzalez. Those were a couple of points that I was going to bring forward, and so I appreciate that. And let me see here. So the third bullet, I just want to make sure that I'm also not missing something, but that third bullet was what Commissioner McGowan raised, but that we are agreeing is already covered in this Form 6A. And I also want to make sure that Commissioner McGowan is comfortable with that.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I don't know how to get at, I understand you have to report it, but I don't want to see, I've done nothing, I'll do it next year, I'll do it next year. And so, but I also don't want to be, I think that there needs to be some flexibility. I want to be prescriptive about, in year 1, you have to do this, and in year 2, you have to do this. But I do want some sort of assurance that it's not nothing until the 8th year, and all of a sudden we're in a place where the purpose of the out of service list then isn't really serving its purpose, which is to get things plugged.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Commissioner McGowan, I think that's covered under 434D8, the director's review of plugin list. So basically, it says the director at any time may review an operator's plugin list, and I think that's fine. I think I could be okay if there was a specific timeline for review, but I think that's appropriate for the director to, I suppose, to buy into. Part A of that is the director may request additional information. Part B of that, if the director thinks there's lack of financial or operational ability to timely plug the abandoned wells as have been on the list. So making that progress, I think, is part of that evaluation. I don't know how to ensure progress without being prescriptive on any given particular matter, whether that's removing electrical, whether that's applying USLAT, whatever that is. And so I think that I'm comfortable leaving it to the director's discretion. And if there isn't progress, the director brings it to us and we can hopefully influence progress or enforce lack of progress.
Maybe we could put some verbiage in the statement of purpose about what the purpose of the framework is and the milestones. I don't know.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, I agree, Commissioner McGowan, where you're going with that. I think the piece for me that's a little bit, that does leave this a little open-ended, is that there's not really any sort of, what is the result if there is, if it's other than the director has reasonable cause to believe the operator lacks the financial and operational ability to timely plug and abandon the wells, or if it's just sort of this ongoing, delay as Commissioner McGowan is kind of articulating. I'm wondering if we do need to have, or what would, maybe I'll ask Director Murphy, you know, what does she see as the consequence if you know, somebody's not following through with what they're saying their obligations are? I agree with the discussion that maybe we don't need, you know, very prescriptive timelines, but I also agree that we don't want someone to just be sitting on these out of service wells and not really doing anything with them. So I guess the question is, does it come to an enforcement matter? Do we instead require financial assurance or single well financial assurance on wells that are scheduled to be, you know, plugged on the out of service list? I know they're, you know, they're otherwise excluded from that. So I'll throw that at Director Murphy.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. I think you've correctly highlighted the outcome, which is the director has the discretion to request financial assurance. And that amount is not specified. So, you know, presumably it's at least up to and including single well financial assurance for some or all of the wells. In talking across, you know, different operators who are exploring the utility of this list, when I scroll back up, and bear with me, I'm going to go back up to section 7 that discusses these interim progress deadlines. And there's kind of two different ways I've heard operators articulate how they may approach these lists. Some would come and do 1 through 4 or little I through little IV in one fell swoop. And some would accomplish Roman 1 accomplish like 2, little 2 across all of their facilities. And those are different ways to make sure you're still making metrics. And so the way I've thought about it roughly is that as long as, if we think about those as 3 or 4 different tasks multiplied by the number of wells, if we're, you know, kind of chunking through that progress in a reasonable basis year over year, we're probably on track. And that's generally how I would look at it, short of, you know, strange circumstances or different concerns. I get worried about using really prescriptive language because there may be really different approaches that still keep people on track. And it's hard to equate those in rules, which is why, you know, from the October draft to the December draft, there was a real shift from staff's perspective about what was required. And it's really getting at the different ways to approach the same outcome. I am comfortable with something more along the lines of, you know, somewhere between what Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner McGowan have been discussing about maybe building in more clear direction that if you're not on track, I mean, the word timely in 434D8B is, to me, the hook, is kind of the hook around the getting work done in a reasonable way. If there should be a more clear hook that work isn't getting done and the director can take it to the commission, that's fine. That is a tool also. And maybe that's, I don't know how to build that right now. But that's kind of what I'm thinking through. And I just realized that I have my PowerPoint showing, not my rules. So sorry about that. I'm still not very good at this whole like toggling between slides and presentations. I don't know if that helps at all, but again, the director's tools are to pursue financial assurance. If the director doesn't want it, or sorry, if the director wants it, if the operator disagrees, it can go to the commission. The director can also request a financial assurance plan that would elevate this issue to the commission as well. If timely progress is not being made on the plugging list, or if there's a question about whether the operator is capable of fulfilling its obligations under the plugging list.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I did sort of miss the part about requesting additional financial assurance. So yeah, I think we're good there. The one other piece I just wanted to make sure got captured, because I don't think I see it on the slide, is what Commissioner Gonzalez said about SBP language, maybe noting the various prioritization factors, and that those, including the delay of repair, can be something that an operator considers. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Gonzalez, but I thought that was a good suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. I'm going to give credit to the suggestion for SBP language to Commissioner McGowan. But what I was thinking is that I think it's hard for us to prescribe a prioritization, but I would use the word instead of could, but should prioritize or DI communities within proximity of residences and delay of repair. Spills and releases is a good add on to that as well. And so that really just helps guide the operator in terms of what we're considering, what the director may be considering an approval of a plugging list, the appropriate way of thinking and coordinating their P&A schedule program.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm good with all of this. I do want to just not emphasize, but point out that, as we're reviewing these two, I mean, I think that communication between the operator and the and the director is important. I want to make sure that the out of service list gets utilized. I think this is a really important list for plugging and abandoning wells. I want to be as flexible as we can with operators on how they approach it. So it may be that they do quite a bit more wells one year than they would the next year, and just kind of depends on work over rig schedules and whatever other factors may be associated with that. But I still think that the idea of making sure that timely actions do occur on that, and that we have the ability to review that. And so I'm okay with all of this, but I do want to make sure that we're not discouraging operators from putting wells on there, because there's some uncertainty in how those would get reviewed overall. So that's just a point. To bring up one other point around out of service well list, there's one operator or one stakeholder had suggested an adjustment for the out of service well plugging list timeline from 2022 to 2023. I throw it out there as a consideration for us. I think the idea was, and there was a clear understanding that they would have to abide by the financial assurance obligations as developed by this rulemaking, even if they chose not to utilize the out of service well list initially, but they would get a little more leeway as far as determining what ultimately they needed to do, or more leeway in determining when they would designate wells on the out of service well list. So I just throw that out there for discussion.
What's the current verbiage, Commissioner Messner?
I mean, I'm not looking at it right now, but right now I believe it's December, I think, 2022.
And that's a deadline for designating OOS?
Correct.
Isn't it also linked to identifying them before you turn in your financial assurance plan? Am I remembering that correctly?
I think that's
Director
right.
Murphy is moving to the language. I can just feel it.
And I think the idea is that they still would have to have a financial assurance plan in December of 22. That financial assurance plan wouldn't consider the out of service well list. So, I mean, generally speaking, that financial assurance amount for that first year is going to be significant, not significantly, it's going to be higher. But then once they utilize or designate wells for the out of service well list, it would get reevaluated then in that 2023 cycle.
Director Murphy, do you want to provide?
So we have built a rule that's more favorable for early adopters. I have heard the concern about adding more wells to the list later. What's been hard for me is to understand the scope or scale of what those additions would be and whether they, and that's where provision C under this 434D something D4, I think B is the more favorable. Like if you adopt early and you're putting on a significant proportion number of wells, you have more time to do it. Under C, if it's after that time frame, you have 4 years to plug and abandon all wells you identify in that year. And I don't, I haven't heard people talking to me about the scale of adding 200 wells a year or two later. And so it's been hard for me to understand how to extend that or build out, a more robust plugging deadline. I think that you could include, I guess, director discretion to set those timelines if there is a significant tranche added later on. I certainly hear the concern, and right now as written, it would require a variance to deviate from the 4-year plugging requirement for anything submitted after 2022.
Commissioner Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe a suggestion here, Director. So right now we have this that goes into effect in 2022. It is more favorable because it does allow for additional timelines. I guess I'm not sure what the problem would be just shifting that to 2023 and still allowing operators to submit those plans earlier, because in my mind, it's a benefit to the operator to be able to submit those plans earlier, because they're going to get the benefit of the utilization of the out of service well, as far as the overall requirements for their financial assurance amounts. We're just extending the timeline before that C kicks in, right? So it's a 1-year delay before the C kicks in. So it's essentially giving operators 18 months approximately to submit their out of service well lists under B, but then after that 18-month time frame, then C would apply moving forward. And I don't think you can trickle those in. I mean, I still think it's a one-time shot. So you get that one-time shot in that 18-month timeline. So you can't do it, in 6 months and then do another one in 10 months. I don't think that's what the intent is. It's just to create a little longer runway for people to decide how many wells they can actually put in that they can reasonably plug over the timelines allotted in B.
One question, if I may, and so the only change would be 2022 and B to 2023, but the remaining plugging deadlines would be unchanged. So even if you add 252 wells in 2023, you're still getting them plugged by 2030. Is that correct?
That's my
Okay.
my proposal, yes.
And then the second comment is it will create some administrative shuffle for us as a commission, because their financial assurance plan in year 1 would not accommodate it, and in year 2 would, and that is totally a manageable thing, but does have an impact on the time of commissioners, I suspect. I think staff would be doing the work if we're talking about option 1, option 2. It's not a huge shift for staff because we're going to be doing an annual review of financial assurance plans anyway.
Are folks supportive of Commissioner Messner's proposal? I'm good. I think Commissioner Gonzalez is good. Commissioner McGowan wants to comment.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So the end dates remain the same. We're giving a little bit longer ramp for folks to tell us their out of service list to fall into the first option instead of now your 4 years. Sorry, and how much more time are we giving them?
12 months.
12 months. Okay, and to Commissioner Mesner's point, if they're low producing, I should stop trying to figure out who's gonna, do what and why, and just decide if it's a good policy. I think the operators already know which wells they're gonna put on the out of service list, and so I'm not sure I'm inclined to give them the extra time.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Commissioner McGowan, I'll respond to you on that. Just kind of, I thought about this too, and I thought, I really don't understand the point of this. I think that this extra delay, maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. But if we have operators saying that they would like more time to evaluate it, and the end result is wells are still plugged in the same time frame for me, I'm pretty indifferent, right? So I'm thinking if there's operators out there, or a subset or contingency of operators that would like more time, wells are getting plugged to the same frequency at the same time frame, I'm comfortable with giving them a little more time to figure out that 6A.
Commissioner Messner.
I appreciate that point. And I would also point out that it may, again, encourage people to utilize the out of service list, which I'm really interested in operators utilizing that list. I think it's a good idea. I think it plugs and abandons wells, which I think uneconomic wells, which I think is a good thing. And it doesn't absolve them of financial assurance. I mean, I think this is the thing that swayed me, is that if I can encourage people to utilize the out of service well list more, and they're still required to pay the same or more of almost always more financial assurance initially than if they utilize the out of service list, then what does it matter to me if there's an additional year there to put their plan together to better utilize the out of service list? So if there's a few operators that will utilize the list more because of this, I think that's fine. I think it's good.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you all for the discussion, and I'm just thinking about this a little bit. So if they haven't submitted their form 6A with their financial assurance plan, then all of those wells are counted, correct, in their overall counts and their financial assurance. So that in itself is going to encourage, hopefully, people to be putting wells. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can see the reasoning on both sides of it. I don't really understand totally why the delay creates an additional benefit. Clearly, by not submitting it, it will increase their financial assurance. So I don't know why we need to give them longer. I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit ambivalent on this one. I think it's fine as it is, I suppose.
Okay, well, we could just say that we've got 3 votes for yes here and call it good. And if that's okay. I do want to bring, so if that's okay, I'm going to move to a different topic on OOS. Okay, so I'm seeing nods. I did have a stakeholder raise a late topic, but it's a good topic, and I don't think it has negative aspects to it. And it is, now that we've determined that the OOS plugging list is an out of service plugging list, and you're not going to be able to pull things back off of it. We now know that we really want to encourage the use of it, as we've all said. One stakeholder indicated that a thought could be that we put in the SBP an idea that our staff think about not doing current permitting for plugging and abandoning, which is a well by well permit, but instead think through the concept of some form of batch permitting so that an operator could come in and do the downhole look, do the permit for a slug of wells, not just one, have that permit in their back pocket, and then they have more flexibility, more nimbleness, and it might actually result in, once they start plugging happening quicker, as opposed to what my understanding of the current is, you file for a permit and it takes between 60 and 90 days to get a permit approved. I'm not suggesting we make any rule change or anything like that. I'm just suggesting that we could put into the SBP some language that the commission is interested in Dave Andrews and team to think about this and maybe report back in a few months. I don't know whether there would need to be a rule change or not, but it's just it's a concept and idea that I wanted to float out because I thought there was some merit to it. Director Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's something that we can certainly look at. I know that the Form 6 processing time has been a concern for a number of operators with large scale plugging programs. And part of that slowdown on staff side is because we are taking a different look at Form 6s from a surface use impact standpoint based on the mission change rules. And so it's something that I think we can look at, and maybe there's a way to either streamline information coming in or out in a way that can better effectuate that process. And I think it's something we can certainly talk about at the staff level,
So
as long as it stays in the SVP.
Is that you'd be willing to accept SBP language along those lines?
Yeah.
Other thoughts from commissioners? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a problem with the idea. I think it's fine. I would prefer, just so that there's no miscommunication, that on our little notes here that it says batch permitting for plugging and abandonment. I don't want any misconception that we're talking about batch permitting for new wells. And I know we're not, but
We're not, and that's a good catch.
yeah.
Everybody else okay with the SBP idea? Okay, seeing thumbs up, that will get developed. And I believe we are done with OOS, which brings us to perhaps our last slide, maybe last slide, except for the miscellaneous, and that is the Orphan Well Fund fee calculation. Go ahead, Director Murphy.
Sorry, a couple of things. One, stakeholders pointed out that there was an error in staff's calculation for the total vertical depth, total measured depth. So I have those revised numbers if we want to look at them, if we're still looking at a split amount between well and other fees. I would strongly encourage us to make a decision about the fee calculation first before turning to like how an operator should fund it, just so that we understand what the denominator is, right? For what paying overtime looks like. And with that, I would, I think that staff put, a couple of different, through commissioner feedback, we've talked about annual well fee on a per well basis, a blended fee, total vertical depth fee, total measured depth fee, a production fee. And then I think industry came forward with a nascent suggestion on Thursday around having a fee applied depending on what financial assurance option you're in. So those are the 5 different things or combination of things that I've heard articulated. And with that, I will return the floor to you, Chair, to walk us through this.
Okay, so if we're starting with fee calculation, that is, what is the total monetary sum that we would like to see developed out of the fee? And I think we had sort of talked about 10 million for years 1 and 2, and then revisiting the fee. Are folks still comfortable with that fee calculation? Okay, thumbs up all the way around. Since I have the floor, I'll just continue. I've thought about and had discussions with stakeholders about, so it appears there's support for a fee-based approach. So that's good. Appreciate that. How to do a fee that is fair and how to create a fee that is, in my mind, somewhat clear and simple. I land on the options approach. And if you are in option 1, 2, or 6, you pay a little higher fee. If you're in 3, 4, you pay a little lower fee. And if you're in 5, we could determine the fee based upon the bespoke plan. But I could lump 5 into one of the other options. And I think the numbers that work are $225 for 1, 2, and 6, $125 for 3 and 4. In off-record discussions that I've had with Director Murphy, from a sort of wild ass guess approach, if I can use that term, that gets us close to 10 million bucks. And so I would start the conversation there. I also need to add a new wrinkle or element or twist, things that we've talked about that is not in the rule. And that is, the rule talks about the fee being a commission-based fee and the commission adjusting the fee as needed. We have had discussions, I think, with others and ourselves about the fact that we believe the appropriate vehicle for this fee is an enterprise. We do not have an enterprise. That is something the legislature would need to act upon. I think we should put into the SBP that the commission, in discussions with stakeholders, believe that we would, desire that the legislature and the governor think through an enterprise and develop an enterprise for our use. We've had discussions about this, that there are, a lot of good reasons for, going the enterprise route. I don't think we need to go through all those. We can put some of that in the SBP. But I did just want to sort of flag that. I think it's an important point that we need to make, because if we then adopt these rules, we will have the commission informing the legislature that this is a vehicle we think would be better for the state of Colorado. I think normally when enterprises are developed, it's an idea that comes into the legislature and then it goes over to an agency to develop. And we're going to allow that normal course to take place because that's the way it has to happen. But I don't think it hurts for the commission, if we're all in agreement, to provide that information to the legislature in the form of the SBP. So I think those are the things that I wanted to talk about, or at least get kicked off on the Orphan Well Fund and fee. Commissioner Gonzalez and then Commissioner Nanjapa.
I think Commissioner Nanjapa beat me my hair, but I'm going to go ahead and make a quick comment on this. So I'm good with the flat fees as outlined here for options 1, 2, and 6, and options 3 and 4. With regard to option 5, the challenge I have is that we don't exactly know how these are going to, we have an estimate for which production profiles will fall into options 1 through 4, right? We don't know about option 5. And so we don't know how many operators will be taking advantage of that, what their production portfolios look like, and how much contribution we're going to be getting towards this fund from option 5. Therefore, my suggestion would be to have options 1, 2, 5, and 6 at 225 to err on the side of having the appropriate amount of money in our target amount for that Orphan Well Fund, and options 3 and 4 be the lower amount of 125.
And I could be good with that, Commissioner Gonzalez. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of this. I think I'm generally in agreement. For me, I think option 5 should be based on the operator's production threshold in question, the operators in question, their production threshold. So if they would normally be in option 1 or an option 2, then they pay 225. If they would normally be at 3 or 4, then they pay 125. It doesn't really matter what their plan is, because if we think about it in terms of their sort of overall wherewithal, if they're a lower producing operator that's coming to us for whatever reason for option 5, it probably makes sense that they're paying a lower fee versus the other way around. So that's the only amendment I would make.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Najapa on that one. I think that makes sense. So overall, I agree with this. I think that the split fee is the way to go. I would suggest that 1, 2, and 6 is 225. Option 3 and 4 is 125, and then option 5 should be based on the production level of the operator, the presumed option that they would be in prior to engaging an option 5 financial assurance plan. So.
Okay, are we good? Let's let Director Murphy catch up.
Again, I'll trust our lawyers to write something that's more artful.
Very good. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just take option 5 out of option 1, 2, and 6 on the list there. The number 5.
Oh, yeah. Third bullet,
No, first bullet. Well, yeah, first small bullet.
first sub bullet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Messner, I would suggest just contacting director offline and getting
Yeah,
that. taken care of.
and we can do, Director Murphy, what we're saying is the first sub bullet, there's the number 5 still at 225, and that should be removed. Thank you. Okay, I believe we are done with issue number 5, which if we go back to our order of play at the top.
Chair Robbins,
Yeah,
that last bullet, did we fully work through that? I don't know if we did, about the 50% funded. I had some additional thoughts on that.
go for it.
And I know this was Commissioner McGowan's suggestion, and I generally have been kind of thinking in the same way. But I think what I was thinking, and I believe this was also a suggestion from Owen Resources, was while paying into single well financial assurance, they would pay 50% of the registration fee, and then once funded, they would be exempt from the fee. That said, I think I've been trying to think through, and I don't know how much this would affect the 10 million goal that we have, and that's the concern I have. In general, I'm not sure if it would change even if we changed it from 50% funded, but I would support that once it was fully funded, that they would no longer have to pay the fee. But I know there was at least Commissioner McGowan, you voiced a concern about potentially then not having enough. And I'm not sure if that would be as much of an issue if we have single well financial assurance fully funded. Then we don't have to account for those wells, I guess, in the same way. So So I guess where I am is I think that we need, especially now that we've come up with this, these different levels for operators and different options, that I think it should just be that once you're fully funded, you no longer have to pay for single well financial assurance, for those wells in single well financial assurance. Sorry.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And philosophically, I'm in the same place after hearing testimony from some folks, right, which is the reclamation can happen way after you've P&A'd, and then you don't know that cost until you start really cleaning up, and was there a spill or was there not? And some folks will have demonstrated costs, some will have assumed, but might not anticipate something extra. And so I think what I'm worried about is, and maybe I just shouldn't worry about it, because if everyone starts getting towards single well financial assurance and thinks they're done, is there enough revenue going into the orphan well fund to deal with the missing piece, which is if single well financial assurance or a surety bond doesn't cover someone's total costs. But philosophically, I feel like if once you've reached single well financial assurance, your well theoretically, right, should be covered, and you shouldn't have to pay into the orphan well fee anymore, because then you're not a risk to the state anymore as far as taking on your assets. But after hearing a lot of testimony about remediation and reclamation, I guess I started worrying about whether or not if you go to zero, then you have an issue collecting enough revenue for your orphan well fund.
Commissioner Messner, and then Commissioner Gonzalez, and then Commissioner Nanjapa.
I mean, I think generally because we're creating this this discount for options 3 and 4, I mean, I think my instinct is just to eliminate that whole section, because there is a discount associated with option 3 and 4 contemplated in the well registration fee. And that's a discount over a significant amount of time, because we're assuming that folks who are in option 3 have potentially 20 years to come up with single well financial assurance for all of their wells. And so that's a pretty significant discount for a long period of time. And without being able to look into the crystal ball and knowing what the orphan well situation may be 20 years from now, I think we just set the fee and go with the fee. I also think that we're reviewing this in 2 years. And as we look at it in 2 years, if we want to reconsider something similar to eliminating the need to pay into the orphan well fund, if you have single well financial assurance for all your wells, I think we can do that. Philosophically, I agree, Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Nanjapa, that makes sense to me, that if you have single well financial assurance for all your wells, then that's a good thing. But I think we're also discounting option 3 and 4 $100 per well for that very reason. They're in a program that develops single well financial assurance. And so to me, that's a good first step, and I'm comfortable with that for at least a couple of years when we reevaluate.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm very, very along the same lines as Commissioner Messner there. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good one we do not have to address right now. I think that we can punt it until our review and see where our fund looks like, and see what our needs are based on the orphan well program. I share the concern, right? And then philosophically, I am along the same page that if you are single well financially assured, you are really not a risk of being orphaned. And so, you've done what you've needed to do to take care of your risk for what we are determining to be a riskier portfolio. And then perhaps you shouldn't have to cover other folks' orphan wells in that regard through a contribution to the orphan well fund. But that being said, I think that that's something that perhaps we can even throw into the SPP as a consideration to look at during the 2-year review or whatever, at that time. If we set a secondary review or another review at a later point in time, then we look at it then as well. So my vote is to leave it as is, or as identified in the first main bullet. And then we can punt this discussion to when we know a little bit more about how our orphan well fund is funded and working, et cetera.
Commissioner, I think I had Commissioner Nanjapa next and then Commissioner McGowan.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, no, I think I agree with that, given that we're going to be reevaluating in a couple of years. And I like Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestion to kind of have that articulated in the SBP. And I know we're not supposed to be, thinking about this in terms of the federal funds, but we also do have, the federal funds that are going to help support things over the coming years. So I'm, with this philosophical notion, I think I'm less concerned about having enough because we will be building and also receiving money in the near term. But anyway, that said, I think it's a good suggestion to just punt for now, but put it in the SBP that we will revisit in a couple of years.
Commissioner McGowan.
I wonder, so I guess I'm in a different space, and I think we should incentivize folks going to single well financial assurance. And I would even open this conversation up to any well that reaches single well financial assurance should be paying less into the orphan well fund, because that's another incentive. I think there should, I hate using the term carrots and sticks, but rules should offer incentives as well as just compliance kind of pathways. And so for me, I think what incentive, you got your well singly financially assured, you should pay less into the orphan well fund because you've taken on then the full amount. And it's not like everyone's going to be taking advantage of this tomorrow. It's going to, especially operators 3 and 4, it's going to take them a while to get to that point of getting fully assured. And I think that you reward that setting up that trust or that sinking fund. So I can see that I'm in the minority, but I'm just going to give it a plug. And
Commissioner
Chair.
Messner and then Director Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner McGowan, I agree. You convinced me on that one, because you're right. I mean, if someone is single well financial assurance, all of their wells are covered by single well financial assurance. If they decide that they just want to do that in order to have to not pay the single well or not pay the orphan well fee, I mean, I'm not suggesting anyone would do that, but I mean, should they do that, then why not? I don't have a problem including it in there. So, yeah, I mean, that to me, that's also simple to put in there. So, so I'll join you in the minority.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Director Murphy had her hand up at one point. I don't know if she pulled it down and does not need to speak. Okay.
No.
I want to acknowledge one thing, right? I think we've contemplated an operator's portfolio as being funded from a single well financial assurance perspective, or a portion of their portfolio having an equivalent single well financial assurance as part of an overall financial assurance amount. I don't know that we've contemplated an individual financial assurance account for every single well. I think it's more portfolio based, and I think that's how we've done it. Even though it is single well financial assurance applied to a set of wells, it's more of a calculation or an equation to get to an overall amount. That being said, I would get on board with the second sub bullet under the second bullet. So once fully funded, does not have to pay. So if you're option 3 or 4, when you're fully funded, that means that every one of your wells within your portfolio is fully funded and has single well financial assurance. And I think at that time that is a fair thing to implement. I also think that it is going to be 10 or 20 years down the road, most likely, before these are fully funded. And therefore, we're going to have evaluated whether or not we have enough in the orphan well fund, and whether or not for the other options 1, 2, and 6, those amounts are adequate enough. And they are going to be paying for 10 to 20 years, $125 per well towards that fund and towards building that kind of base amount. So I'm going to join Commissioner McGowan again. It was specific to the entire portfolio. Once that option is fully funded, that I'd be okay putting that in the rules.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you. And Commissioner McGowan, I don't think you were in the minority. I think we all were kind of saying that we supported that idea. And I still do too. But I also think it was a good suggestion, because that's not going to happen in the next 2 years, and we're going to revisit in 2 years. So we can always address it then, but you know, I don't think there's any harm in including it, because I totally agree with you that it's a good incentive to get people to pay. At the risk of further complicating, I think we could also contemplate the possibility of reducing based on the overall portfolio. You know, the amount of the single well financial assurance, which is going to get reduced as well, as people are, you know, plugging their wells. Anyway, you know, never mind. I'm getting too into the weeds with this. So I'll just support Commissioner McGowan but also I still support the inclusion of language in the SBP to kind of revisit this and consider other options for how we continue to fund the orphan well program.
So I think I'm confused. I don't know where we are in terms of majority, minority. It seems to be morphing all over the place. I'm still of the opinion that we put this in SBP, that it's a good idea. I'm very much of the opinion that fully funding the first 2 years, 20 million, is a very important goal for the state of Colorado. And since we're going to be revisiting this in 2 years, we can revisit this in 2 years. And you know, if we're in a good spot, we're in a good spot. I think the orphan well fund and needing to fully fund it is not any one single operator problem. It's a collective issue that exists, and getting it funded is important. So I don't know where we are in terms of 3-2 or 4-1, et cetera. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm hearing correctly, I think there's enough votes for the ones fully funded do not have to pay into the orphan well fund. And I guess I would put an additional plug in. They'll have been paying into it for 10 or 20 years at $125 a pop per well, which should cover if it's slightly inadequate. They've been putting into that orphan well fund for a long time. So I think there's enough votes for that bullet piece, and then the statement basis and purpose language to revisit the first bullet, which got deleted, which is some sort of a discount as you head toward full assurance. Maybe.
Okay. Director
Sorry.
Murphy.
I think the thing that I want to keep everybody focused on, and I think that where we've landed does not implicate this, but if we have a goal of funding and we break that across a certain number of subparts, pulling pieces out of that changes what we're going to generate. And so as we move forward evaluating this, if we're going to continue to use a per well fee, this is going to need to be adjusted year over year, especially if we're plugging wells at 2,000 wells a clip and we want to generate $10 million. So I just want to keep everybody, I agree with all of the principles that have been articulated, but the principles will screw up the math in the long run. And we need to make sure that we understand how those are working together. And that's the function and the advantage of biennial reviews in my estimation. So I think it all works. The one other thing that I wanted to flag that AAG Stafford flagged for me is that the first fee is due August 1st of this year, and it would surprise me if many operators have an approved financial assurance plan, much less all of them have an approved financial assurance plan. So my suggestion would be that instead of using the options language to designate what the fee is, we use it purely the production threshold. And if we pick out the option 2 production thresholds on the lower end, or the break point between 2 and 3, which is the 22, an operator with above 15 BOE or 22 MCFE average daily production, you're 225. If you're below that line, you're 125. And I think that cleans up all of the issues around option 5 as well. So if we're okay with that, it'll make it much, and we'll do it based on your annual production, prior year's annual productions. For our 2022 fee will be calculated using your annual production from 2021. Is that okay?
Yep.
Sorry for that
That's good.
cleanup.
Thank you.
if we're good on this topic, there is one clarification that I had to the insurance discussion we had yesterday. Based on reflecting on what Commissioner Gonzalez said, I don't think I captured the entirety of his point. We can go to that. And then other than that, I think we've exhausted the topics that I'm aware of, or I guess we have 707A1E flagged as a discuss tomorrow under other topics. So I think the addition from on the insurance topic, goodness.
You've been typing in front of 150 people for like 2.5 days now.
It's getting the better of me. It's
Just
getting the
want the
better.
record to reflect.
Thanks. And I'm putting it in today's font color and not italicized, to just flag that it is a new, it is an addition, but I think the point is that insurance policies should not allow, COGCC should not allow operators to carry insurance policies that have a seismic exclusion, except for operators carrying insurance for disposal wells, recognizing that might mean that operators need to have two policies if they have both. So I think that's the clarification. And we'll see if I got it right.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Director Murphy, for bringing this up. Yeah, this was something that this is how I had proposed yesterday and didn't make its way into the notes, so I wanted to make sure that was included. And the reason that exclusion exists is because I think as a matter of course, for the most part, insurance policies do exclude seismic from disposal wells, just in general. And I had some email information from Natasha Leger, excuse me, that confirmed that for me. And so basically what I think the language would be under 705 B, basically something that would say, and it's hard to talk about excluding something and then an exclusion associated with that. So you got to work on the language there. But really for the $5 million general liability insurance, that it does not include a seismic exclusion. The term seismic exclusion is what I understand to be kind of the language that's consistent with how it's discussed in an insurance policy. And maybe you don't mention disposal wells, but you say a seismic exclusion for production wells. I don't know what the right language is there, but that's what I wanted to clarify. I hope that's close enough for you guys to work something on that.
I think that's enough to work with Commissioner Gonzalez. And again, I'll turn it over to our much more capable AAGs for drafting. Seeing nobody getting super excited, I'm going to flip to the other topic. I think.
Let me make one more comment real quick. Oh, I'm off mute. Perfect. So I'm not talking to myself. Is that, this is a new thing that we really didn't have deliberations on prior, or we didn't ask about it or have a lot of discussion about it aside from the Citizens from a Healthy Community group. And so once we do have draft rules, that this may be something that we may get some feedback on. And so I think that's appropriate, but I also think it's appropriate